Daniel Gibson to come in. Morning.
Are you on stream commentary? Wonderful. So this is Lizzie.
Hello, Lizzie. I've just turned myself off.
So she's one of our players who's injured now. So she's happy to jump in. And then I'll just sit here if needed.
And that outside off stump actually kept a little bit low. Griffiths trying to crouch to get some bat on ball outside off stump. Delighted to say Lizzie McLeod has joined us here in the commentary box.
Good morning, everyone.
Let's give you some noise so people can hear you. There you go.
Thank you. New to this, clearly.
It's aerial, but it's nicely positioned and it's gone all the way for four, the first boundary of the day. And Cordelia Griffith started very nicely this morning, is he?
Yeah, she's in quite good form as well. I think she likes getting some boundaries early, so this wicket looks perfect for her.
Nicely positioned and it's gone all
gave
the
us
way
a good
for
start.
four. Winning the toss, batting first. Were you in on the team meeting?
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a good wicket. Went out there this morning. It's obviously a lovely day, and wanting to get runs on the board and get out there first. Nice positive move from Kelly, and yeah, we're really happy with it.
And that is played very nicely out into the offside. There is no run. I was just saying before you joined us here in the commentary box about how well Grace Scrivens has been going this season already.
Yeah, what a talent she is, isn't she? Carefree cricket.
Well, that fits in with everything else that's going on in the game at the moment. So.
Yeah, to be young and ruthless.
It's full, it's driven, and it's a super stop in the covers. That is a cracking bit of fielding. All the world, it looked as if that was hurtling to the boundary at pace before Fran Wilson got a right hand on it. But the score after 2-7 without loss. Solid.
Yeah, it's a good start, isn't it? I think just kind of seeing where it doesn't seem to be that much lateral movement, so I think it should be, it's a good start from these two, and hopefully off Filer using the pace could be quite good.
Well, it was a decent first over from Lauren Filer, so see how she gets on in the second over. It will be facing Grace Scrivens. And that was quick.
Yeah, she does bowl quite a bit of pace behind her.
That's the first ball that's really lifted. Something of a surprise to the batter.
It would naturally trail across Scrivens as well, which is quite interesting to see how she plays this one.
Filer in again. And treated very respectfully. She pitches the ball up on that occasion.
Because they've got that kind of gully in there, haven't they, for that kind of that short back of a length ball to see whether Scrivens might, cross back that one.
Now it's interesting, they're absolutely right, no slips but a gully. And the point. Plenty of encouragement coming from her teammates at the moment for Lauren Filer. She's going very nicely indeed. Oh, and that's full. There's a big LBW shout, but again, coming over the wicket to the left-hander is always going to be a big shout to get LBW. He's got to straighten a lot and not pitch outside leg. Apart from that.
She's quite tall as well, isn't she? So I think a bit of height in that one maybe as well.
Again, it's defended. This really is a good over as far as the Storm are concerned and Lauren Filer. But this is 50 over cricket. It's not the 20 over version where panic stations would already be manned, but instead there are still 47 overs to go after this one. Full toss, gets away with it. Straight to cover.
Maiden.
I think Grace Scrivens was a bit surprised to get actually one to hit at the end of that over.
Yeah, exactly. Be interesting to see how Cause now plays Gibson, to see whether she can change the momentum in this over.
Indeed. At the moment, Cordelia Griffith batting very nicely.
Always looks very casual, doesn't she?
Yeah, but in a good way.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. She's calming to watch, I think.
Don't say that, it's a really lovely warm day here. I'll just be... And that's wide-ish, but not wide enough for arms from the umpire, Rob White, to come out.
They complement each other quite well, don't they, Gibson and Filer? You have the heavy ball, tailing into the right-hander, and then you've obviously got Gibson tailing it away, so it's quite nice.
Well, they're certainly keeping the batters on their toes at the moment, and that's fuller and wider, and again, pretty wide, but again, not wide enough to trouble the umpire, but flirting with that.
Very tempting.
Also very yes, absolutely. And there is a slip in from this end. Bat on ball on that occasion, but another dot. And that's nicely played. A longer form of the game defensive shot. But when you've got two bowlers like this, and as we mentioned, time on your hand, just see these two off at the moment.
Yeah, and while the ball's still moving, I think give yourself a moment to think about it. It is kind of tempting, isn't it, after 2020 to carry that in, but they've obviously taken down the discipline, which is good.
And that's played back to the bowler, who does her own fielding. But these are the moments in the match where you must keep your patience. You suddenly feel, I've got to get the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? Because you're kind of waiting, because with the field up, you're aware that there are going to be more dots, and you're hoping for that boundary. But like when that doesn't come, those dots do build, and you do get that pressure. But you just have to have confidence that when that ball comes, you will hit it. So I just got to wait for it.
But 7 overs from the first 4 overs. So terrific start as far as the Western Storm are concerned on run rate. But certainly the Sunrisers will take heart from the fact that there is nothing in the wicket column as yet. But a couple of loose deliveries, particularly feel at the moment for Grace Scrivens, would go nicely. And Scrivens plays that nicely into the leg side, but unerringly at the fielder. Did you manage to have a look at the wicket? Anything stand out when you went and had a wander around?
Just that I definitely wanted a bat on it.
Fullish, flicked off the legs very nicely indeed. And finally Grace Scrivens is underway with a nicely clipped 4 off her legs. And the scoreboard does now have a chance to tick over. And that is obviously not the place to bowl to Grace.
What's it, any left hand? I think most left handers are so good at that, aren't they? Just pick it up off their legs.
Clipped 4. Fullish and flicked away on the leg side again, but that should be collected by the fielder and is just the single. Again, Grace Scrivens feels she might have got a couple more off that one because it was full.
Yeah, Lauren's bowled about a foot full of this over, hasn't she?
Which, considering the success she was having bowling just short of the length, well, as we've talked about the batsman trying to make something happen, bowlers do exactly the same.
Yeah, and I know that Lauren's sometimes aware of that one that she does drop short, so maybe she's kind of complicating that one. That's a good one.
That's much better delivery.
I think Cordelia and Grace will also be thinking, looking at the wicket, it's looking good. I think there's obviously movement in the air early on. If they see that through, then hopefully they should have a lovely day out there. So I think just be patient for now and then hopefully cash in later.
Filer in again. That's a really nice looking drive, and it's got through 2 fielders in a way that if I was bowler I would not be best pleased. The boundary is saved, however, and in the end they take 3, so yes, an expensive 2, sorry, just 2.
That was definitely I'll leave it for you. Oh wait, no, I'll leave it for you, and then
Yeah, a little less politeness and more fielding probably required on that particular occasion. It's another nice looking shot straight to the fielder, and certainly Cordelia Griffith seems to have her eye in from the word go this morning. Always a plus. 14 now off 5, with 7 coming from that over, 7 much needed runs. But Cordelia Griffith certainly showing some decent form.
yeah, exactly. I think she's looking confident, isn't she? She just hopefully she can just bat long. That's the next thing, isn't it?
So what was the mood in the camp like after that desperately close defeat last time out? Have people put that behind them?
Yeah, we addressed it, talked about it. It was obviously, it's one of those ones, when it's trying to find that win. We're putting ourselves in great positions now, and we're making the right progress. And you're looking, and you're just not that far. It's just finding that way to win. And I think it's definitely a habit, winning. So I think we just need to, tick over that one, and then suddenly, hopefully, all stars will align.
Yes, for those of you who perhaps haven't heard, there was a very, very close 6-run defeat at the hands of Northern Diamonds after a very good performance from the Sunrisers last time out. And that is played up to mid-off, and there is no run. That is an excellent shot, picking the gap.
You already see there's less movement in the air, can't you? I think from Filer's over last over, you can see it, and then I think she wanted a bit more trailing in, but
that is an excellent shot.
Absolutely,
and it is there is no overhead conditions particularly to help the bowler at the moment. It is hot and likely to get hotter. It's fullish and it's flicked away. It will take a decent bit of fielding, and sadly for Claire Nicholas, she couldn't get hand on ball And it is 4 more, and suddenly Grace Scrivens is picking up the pace, and the score goes on to 18.
Decent bit of fielding, and
Danielle Gibson, suddenly expensive in this over, having bowled very nicely indeed for the first 2. But that is always the sign of a good batter, put under pressure, and you expect to be if you open early on and then taking advantage later on. Looking to cut that away, but in fact the bowler possibly saw the initial movement and no room for that particular shot, so played out into the covers, no run.
Yeah, it's what we were saying earlier, weren't we, about the dots, and then you kind of get those boundary balls, and then suddenly you're ticking along quite quickly, and it doesn't look, as dire as potentially it looked at the beginning. So I think it's just, being patient, waiting for that ball, that it will come. And with this outfield, it's looking quite quick.
And also being able to take those singles if you've got the left-hand, right-hand combination. And that was very quickly spotted by Cordelia Griffith. Called a partner through.
Yeah, it's another thing for the fielders, isn't it? Left-hand, right-hand combination on a day like this, it's going to slowly take its toll. So the longer these two can bat, the more fatigued the Western Storm girls will be, which is obviously a good position for us.
I'm going to. I was looking at the Sunrisers practicing this morning before the match started, and I was just wondering whether black was an entirely perfect colour combination, given the next few days. But these two seem to be coping excellently.
Yeah, it's not very forgiving. Some of them play with long sleeves as well, and I'm sort of melting away.
It is Lauren Filer to continue her battle with Grace Scrivens, which has been a good one so far this morning.
Yeah, I think she'll want Grace on strike. I think that's definitely someone that she wants to line up, and I think that's why I think the singles I think if Grace gets off strike, I think Cores will love this because she likes pace on, back of her length, she's got good hands, so I think that would be a good matchup for Sunrisers, so I think Storm definitely want her on strike.
Well, let's see if the single can be pinched. Not off that delivery. Again, fullish, but a good length. Not over pitched. And as Lizzie McLeod sitting alongside me was saying, patience from these two, waiting for the bad ball, playing the good ball on its merits.
You could hear Sophie Luff then say good length. She's found a spot again.
Absolutely, yeah. Stop trying to... While throwing in the odd full pitch delivery is a very good idea. That is full, and it is driven, and it is 4. Not sure the skipper will be saying good length so much for that particular delivery. It was over pitched, and a fine shot from Scrivens.
Nicely evaded by Cordelia as well.
Yes, good leap.
And it is driven, and it
was hit straight.
Not sure the skipper will be saying good length so much for that particular delivery. It was over.
Oh, it's a full toss, but again she gets away with it. Slightly slower delivery, and I think that's what threw the batter a bit. Single is taken off that delivery, which I think will mean that the striker's been pinched, and I don't think that Cordelia Griffith will mind very much in the form that a partner is in at the moment. But after 7, suddenly the run rate is up to 4 and over, 28 without loss. And Scrivens just beginning to go through the gears, you feel, a little at the moment.
Yeah, she's seeing it now, isn't she?
They put on 44 the other night for the first wicket partnership.
Yeah, they complement each other quite well. As we obviously know, with looking at Grace, she's obviously a bit of a nerdler, and she kind of gets things into awkward areas where Cords is obviously, you know, the power play. So it's, yeah, they bat well together.
It will be Danielle Gibson to continue. That's down the leg side and should be a wide, and is a wide.
Sometimes the perks of the left-hand, right-hand combination.
Absolutely right. Gibson in again. Nice delivery. Played out into the onside. There is no run. Full. Driven up to mid-off, but straight at the fielder. Good running, put pressure on the fielder, who then made the little error, and they're through for the single. It does help if you play together a bit for those singles, doesn't it? That you know you can nod and the partner is looking for it.
Yeah, they found out the hard way a couple of times when they when they first came together as a partnership. But obviously, with experience, you get better with it. But yeah, there have been some interesting moments.
There's nothing makes you look dafter in cricket either, is there, than that?
It's it's the worst way to get out, isn't it?
It is. Bowling nicely to the right-hander currently.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Sophie Love does as their first change, whether they'll keep medium pace or whether they'll go to spin. It's obviously looking like a good wicket, and I'm wondering with maybe these batsmen can capitalise on maybe some seam, but I don't know whether they'll bring on like maybe Claire Nicholas after the spell.
No, it's a good point how big a role spin will play today. Athletic fielding off her own bowling by Danielle Gibson, and that's the end of the over. A good one, 30 without loss, so just 2 from that over. Just seeing if the change is coming. Not yet by the looks of things.
They've kept Fee Morris at gully, which implies that the length she is trying to bowl is going to try and be that back of a length. So see, maybe the full balls aren't actually the plan that she's thinking.
Well, she's going to come round the wicket now, which is a change of plan. So far she's been bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, but it is going to have a change of attack. Lauren Filer. That's a pretty decent throw by the wicketkeeper, but it does miss the stumps. They trot through not only for a wide but for a bye as well, so 2 wides, and that change to round the wicket has the experiment has lasted 1 delivery.
Yeah, I was interested to why that was. I thought she bowled really well across Grace, and Grace obviously it's quite hard to, when it tells across you when to play and when to leave, but that kind of limits that.
I've also, my fault as well, of course she's bowling to Cordelia Griffith now, so not the left-hander, so that would explain it. And another terrific piece of running. Literally the ball just dropping down off the pad, and Scrivens through like lightning. And she is going back to bowling round the wicket to the left-hander and over the wicket to the right-hander. But you're right, the plan seemed to be working quite well. But after a chat with the skipper...
Yeah, so obviously Grace can now just see that ball come straight into her, and then it's a free hit as well.
Yep, so no ball. Coming back... This is getting quite complicated now. Coming back round over the wicket for this free hit. Which only goes for the single. It was a decent delivery. And despite the charge down the wicket, couldn't get enough on the ball to really punch it through. Straight, so in the end the damage limitation, not bad. But it's still a scrappy start to this over. Had wides, no balls. Cordelia Griffiths plays one of the nicest defensive shots you're likely to see anywhere.
Yeah, I always think as a bowler, you kind of... It's quite demoralising, isn't it? You fall quite a good ball and she just looks absolutely unfazed and she's lunging towards you.
Exactly. It's just, there could be coaching manuals written about that particular shot. Filer in again, and it's short, and on this occasion Cordelia Griffith would probably be disappointed to have missed out a little on that one. It was close enough to the body to make that cut shot a little bit tricky, but even so she got enough of it.
Yeah, it just cut back a little bit, didn't it? Which didn't allow her to use her arms as much.
Filer going for the fuller length once more. Dug out reasonably easily. Cordelia Griffiths just slowing down a little. That's 9 from 25. Run rate still below 4.
It's normally a sign of how well the team are bowling. I think Cordelia, as an opener, she plays each ball in its merit, so sometimes she can be 30 off 10 because she does hit that bad one away, but I think she does give, as we just talked about with her defence, she does give the respect to the good ones, so I think it's a sign that they have bowled pretty well at her, and she'll look to catch up, I'm sure, once these power plays done. I'm wondering whether that might be Lauren Filer's last.
Yes, she's the 5 over stint at the top of the, particularly in this heat, and with no balls and wides. The rest of the overs was pretty good, it must be said, that she damage limitation at the back end of that over. And the score has only moved on to 36, so again 4 and over. But Cordelia Griffith will be facing Danielle Gibson, who she's found harder almost to get away so far.
Yeah, there were 2 balls in those, I think it was a second over, where they were quite wide. I think now she wants that one back so she can actually get her hands to it.
That's right, yes, she decided not to be tempted with the slip.
I think I'd be half tempted if I was Danny Gibson to do that, because I think causes definitely, you can see she's pacing a little bit more. I think she's definitely wanting a boundary, so I think if I was Gibson I might flirt one outside the off stump to see whether she takes the bait.
Just seeing, the third man is pretty wide-ish. As if she'd been listening, it was wider. Nice shot, but good fielding at a deepish backward point. That is the shot of the day. Absolutely glorious cover drive.
Yeah, your margin for error against Cordelia is quite small.
That is the shot of the day. That's such a good way, because it's not slogging, it's not trying to get out of that cover drive. The feeling I'm struggling to keep the run rate ticking over. That was a full-blooded, beautiful cricket shot. Appeal for the strangle down the leg side, I think moderately half-heartedly. Certainly Rob White underwhelmed the umpire and not out. That's quite a good idea to appeal if the ball goes down the leg side, because then people forget to give the wide. So that one is given.
Yeah, it's that overcorrection, isn't it? When you put one a bit too wide on the offside, then you sometimes go the other way, don't you?
And another fabulous shot. Straight, nothing that anyone can do to stop that one reaching the boundary. Placed to perfection. And 2 very fine shots indeed in that over. 8 runs coming from it, all from the bat of Cordelia Griffith. And suddenly things beginning to move once more. 45 without loss after 9.
Katie George coming on to bowl.
What can you tell us about Katie, Lizzie?
She's potentially the unluckiest cricketer I've known. She's had stress fracture after stress fracture in her back. So she's come back this season. So she's just finding her way back bowling. But I think before that it'd been about 2 or 3 years since she's bowled in a competitive game. So it is really, really good to see her back playing cricket and bowling.
It does seem to be a thing at the moment, the stress fracture with quicker bowlers.
Yeah, when you see the slow motion of these quicks, you do feel sorry for their body, don't you?
But delighted that Katie George is back and bowling. She's going to start round the wicket.
She's left arm over, sorry.
Left arm over, thank you. That's
Okay.
why Lizzie is alongside me. She knows stuff. And that is 2 wide for Sophie McClellan, the umpire.
So yeah, she'll bowl full length to Filer. Well, naturally, obviously Filer did bowl quite full, but she'll definitely get it up and try and get the batsman to drive her.
There's width, and it's slightly short, but the field is well placed.
You could hear the toe of the bat then. My fingers went when I heard that hit. Yeah. Yeah, Grace will be upset that she didn't quite capitalise on that.
Again, wide-ish, but umpire happier with... Oh no, it was a late decision. Probably the right one, but considered.
Fran Wilson absolutely loves it in backward point. You've got to hit it quite wide of her to get through.
Yes, already there's been a couple of very good stops there.
Yeah, she's very good at patrolling that area.
Katie George. Gets a bit of an inside edge, but the ball squirts away and they do run through for a single. Moral victory for the bowler.
Yeah, down to Claire Nicholas, who's definitely fielding in the best place. There's about a metre of shade in the entire ground, and Claire is sitting nicely in it.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, she's a very, very deep... Oh, she's having to move out of the shade now. She's
Yeah.
now having to move into... Can you just move round slightly?
Yeah. Yeah, Katie's gesticulating, but Claire's very unwillingly having to go find her into the sunshine.
Yes, you can't see the overhead conditions easily on the screen. Let's put it this way, there aren't many clouds.
So out of power play, and the third one's gone back. She's now got a deep square.
Yes, after the power play. Wide of off stump. Slightly disappointed with the self Katie George after that delivery, which doesn't really put any pressure on the batter. Nice full delivery on that occasion. Draws the forward defensive, of which we've enjoyed quite a lot this morning already. And that will be another wide down the leg side, and Katie George just struggling a little at the moment.
Yeah, she hasn't quite found her rhythm yet. You can see her getting quite frustrated with herself. I think all these drills as well that she's doing for her back, it's kind of changed her action a bit. I think she's still, trying to marry up with it.
It must be so difficult when you've have a natural action that you've honed and suddenly having to adjust, and that is, well, just flicked away on the leg side without any real power, but with the field back they can trot through for a simple single. The over finally comes to an end and the 50 comes up in the end of the 11th over, and a 50 partnership to start. That's what you want when you win the toss and elect a bat.
Yeah, it's always a confident move to bat, isn't it? So you're always wondering how the first 10 are going to go. Yeah, and that transition from 20 over cricket to 50 over cricket, we want to look at, breaking it down into 10 over spells. So I'm sure that these two will be happy that, going, wicketless into the next 10 and seeing that. So I think they probably take that as the Sunriser win for the first 10 overs, which is good.
as it does take the pressure off the batters below, doesn't it? Because you know you've still got time and there are wickets in hand. So these two going very nicely at the moment. I think we're going to see spin for the first time. Sophia Smale coming on to ball.
I haven't seen much of her, but you know that kind of left arm. It's always an attacking way to bowl.
Left arm spinner.
So squares up at the moment and only mid-wicket, long on and deep cover.
That is a lovely shot, super timing. They won't get to the boundary, but they drop through for 2.
I think another sign of how quick that outfield is. You know, she's barely hit that, and Fran's picked that up about a foot away from the boundary.
Yes, the outfield looking less and less green, and the ball running as you'd expect across the rock-hard outfield. That's nicely bowled.
Yeah, with square up, you know she's going to be bowling that full length to try and get calls hit down to long on.
Made a Western Storm debut in the Charlotte Edwards Cup against the Sunrisers. Punched away nicely off the back foot. They think about a second. Good fielding. Soon became apparent the second wasn't there.
This is when the field really does change, doesn't it? Out of power play and seeing them run 20 metres in between balls.
And with the left and right handers, yeah, just what you want on a... Though it may even be hotter this afternoon, so... Sophia Smale.
Yeah, so with Scriv, who plays more square of the wicket, they got square back, and then with Cordier, they have long on. It's probably quite a good field set for them. It's like they know them.
Well, that's a pretty good first over from Sophia Smale. Just the 3 runs from it. 53 without loss now. There's a big arm around the shoulder of Katie George as she heads back to her mark.
I'm wondering whether Cordelia is going to eye her up. I think with Smell bowling from the other end, looking like she's going to bowl a good length. I'm wondering whether this is the end that they might go for.
Katie George wide again, cross with herself again. Every bowler will have sympathy here with all. Not that I count myself as a proper bowler, but you've had days. One has had days like this. Again down the leg side, so wide to start with.
Sometimes find these balls quite hard to face, though. Do you ever find that when you're... Then suddenly their ball is absolutely amazing at...
Yes, you'll get suddenly the
like
perfect delivery. Yeah. Wondering if possibly coming round the wicket mightn't be a plan. Anyway, continues over the wicket. Oh, and I'm not sure how much she meant to do that fielding, but I think it could well have saved quite a lot of runs.
Yeah.
So good footwork. Katie George just losing a run up there.
I reckon her ankle's also hurting her now as well. You've got a bit of a hobble on.
Yes, well, I'm not surprised because that was hit very nicely, the ball back at the ankle that was stuck out accidentally to stop the ball. That's a better delivery.
Knowing her luck, she's probably broken her ankle in that moment.
You do, don't you? Once you start the injury parade, oh, that's a lovely delivery. And just as you were saying, Lizzie, it's almost harder when you're getting balls sprayed around a bit. You suddenly get the perfect delivery, which that was. In fact, it's gone for 4 runs, but that's the first full stroke I think Cordelia Griffiths has been drawn into in the innings so far. They have judged the singles well this morning. It's a good shot for nothing. Fielders being sent out to cover, sweep deep.
Ooh,
Ouch.
right on the head. She probably needs to get a helmet changed now with the new rules.
Oh yes. I haven't actually seen that one before though, to be actually hit from a bouncing ball from a fielder, but well done Katie George. She just put that fielder out there for exactly that shot, and Alex Griffiths was round very quickly. The throw came in, bounced off the helmet of Cordelia Griffith, but everyone seems all right. But a difficult over for Katie George. Started with a couple of wides, an edge for 4, further runs coming from it. And 62 now without loss after 13. And the run rate creeping up to that 5 and over, which you're always pleased to see. But it will be Sophia Smale to continue. Left arm round the way. Oh, and there's a bit of a slip.
Oh, God.
But no damage done as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. Lissy McLeod's.
She's also got dodgy legs, so always tense when Cords goes down.
Everyone has sorted themselves out now, though. Decent shot, but good stop off her own bowling by Sophia Smale. Probably didn't get as much of that as she would have liked. Dragged down, it was there to be hit. They get a single, but
Yeah, especially with square up. I think that was kind of the ball was lured into that, wasn't she, by Cord, charging down the wicket, and obviously the reaction from that to drop it short. She will be disappointed she didn't quite punish that. Got good at calling no.
Yeah, even I had to stop myself shouting no there. That was optimistic.
Oh.
Certainly putting the brakes on. The spin at the moment is causing a few issues, and just at the time that Cordelia Griffith and Grace Scrivens were looking to hurry it along a bit.
Yeah, that was why I was interested to see what Luff was going to do when they brought Katie on, because this wicket does look really, really good, and the seam, is coming on nicely. So I'm wondering whether slowing down the game is a good option. And Spell's bowling really well.
Well, she's bowled 2 overs and 5 runs have come from them so far, and
yeah, there's not going to be much lateral movement from the spin, but I think she controlled her pace really well.
it's good bowling, but it will be Katie George to continue.
I think she'll be happy to see Grace on strike.
Yes, left armer to left hander.
Yeah, while she's getting her line right.
Yes, she'll now bowl down the leg side the other way. It's wide, it's punched away. Bounces through the fielder. Should get. I think there may have been 2 there, but in the end they settled for a single. They would have had to go to get 2, but.
Maybe it was a bit cooler, they might have made it back.
Absolutely. Yes, the sunblock needs to be on today. Well, that was really nice cricket. There was a nice shot tucked around the corner, good fielding, good running, and 2 taken, 67 the score. Cordelia Griffith's now caught up and gone past Grace Scrivens, but she has faced a few more deliveries. Now that's where to bowl to the right-hander.
Yeah, you can see Katie's run up as well. She seems it's a lot smoother now, isn't it, going into the crease? I think she's finding her place.
Just getting that rhythm, isn't it? It's so easy to. It gets in your head. You bowl a couple of wides, and the run up doesn't feel right, and then suddenly you put in a couple of decent balls, and the run up is working. And certainly, Katie Georges is a much better over, and well skippered too, because. Had to keep somebody on. Of course, commentator's curse. It's flicked away for 4. Foolish on leg stump. I'm just going to be quiet. This is a much better over. And well skippered too, because had to keep somebody on. Of course, commentator's curse. It's flicked away for 4. For those Sunrisers fans who are hoping Kevin Hand will be on hand as soon as possible, he's just texted to say he's stuck in dreadful traffic somewhere, so he's He will be with us. If you Kevin Hand fans, and I know there's a lot, quite rightly, Kev should be with us sometime after midday now.
Not soon enough.
71 then after 15. Now can Sophia Smale keep the runs down from her end, which has been nicely done so far, as quite rightly the batters take some liquid on board. So they've been batting an hour now.
Yeah, and it's been pretty risk-free cricket from these two. And I think with spin on, it's whether they have the discipline or whether they're going to, you know, Scrivens might get out sweep or something.
Yeah, it's when you attack. Decent shot, decent stop, and they'll only be taking a single. Really good fielding. So the boundaries aren't that long here, and if you make a mistake, you're punished for it in the field.
It's quite interesting in the women's game because obviously with the men, when they go from T20 and they have championship cricket or test cricket, they play 50 overs like T20. But with the women's game, without that long, sorry, wait for it to bowl. Without that longer form of the game, we then kind of revert to kind of, as you can tell here, a very risk-free beginning to a game. Where if this was a men's game, often they explode, and I think that might be to do with that. This is our long format.
Yes. Well, the umpire is unmoved. I think it was sliding down leg. Would have had to do quite a lot to come back and hit the stumps from there. Having seen, though, England's first 50-over match, I wouldn't have minded a little more, the England men that is, a little more circumspect batting.
Yeah, it's finding that balance, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Good use of the feet, lovely drive, but the fielder is out there for that. And another good over. They're just finding it difficult at the moment.
It looks like Fee Morris is going to come on, so off spinner.
Which, given the success of Sophia Smale at slowing the run rate, makes sense.
Yeah, and especially with Cordelia, she does like pace on as well, as we've noticed. So, you know, Fee will spin it more, like out of the hand, more than Smale, but she'll try and give it a good rip. So you might get some bad balls, but she's always quite an attacking bowler.
Well, Smale's now only given away 7 runs from her 3 overs. And as often you find on batting friendly wickets, if you like, the seamers can struggle slightly, but spin making the batters work for their runs. And it is Fee Morris, as Lizzie McLeod spotted. Nicely bowled, thickish outside edge for 2. And the bowler will take some heart from that.
Yeah, straight away, quite, you know, giving some flight. She's always looking for the wicket.
Cordelia Griffith winning the battle on that particular occasion. It is given a lot of flight, isn't it? And that is driven nicely for a single and well played. But I do like spinners who are unafraid to give it a little bit of air and let something happen.
Yeah, exactly. Especially like we just said with the T20 and the 100, it's quite your margin for error is small, isn't it? So it's quite nice to see a traditional off spinner.
And you're right, but even in the long form of the men's game, I was at the Middlesex Worcestershire match in midweek. The spinners are being encouraged to bowl a bit quicker, a little bit flatter, because people have learnt to hit them through T20. So you've got to be very good to still be able to give it a little bit of air. Though you can give it too much air. In the end, it isn't too costly, just the single from it.
Yeah, so Fee started with a 4 out, where Smell had the 3, so she's got the orthodox cover out as well as square.
Yes, there have been a few of those, good shots for nothing. Really nice looking drive, but straight to the fielder. Oh, I think there was a run there.
Yeah.
In the end, it was Grace Scrivens who called no.
She's seen that there's one more ball left and she wants the next strike.
Yeah, quite a little bit of competition, a bit of edge appearing now. But another good over from the spinner. Nicely bowled, just a bit quicker. Nothing that Griffiths could do about that. And on this occasion, just checking the dust on the television screen, just making that score slightly difficult to get to. But it's 77 without loss. You don't need to know that at home. But a good base. But at the moment, with the run rate, pretty good, 4.5. That's heading for 225. Was there talk about what would be a good total on this wicket, Lizzie?
Not explicitly. I think, like I said earlier, with the 10 overs, I think it will be something that we, you look at as we progress. But we obviously knew that we definitely want a lot of runs. But we just needed to gauge how many that should be. But looking at 4, 5 without many risks in the first 10, it should be, you'd hope it would be a good score.
I'm guessing that you're talking about somewhere between 250 and 300. Yeah.
Yeah.
But quite right. Don't be dragged into actually giving an exact figure.
Yeah, I think going out to defend 280 plus on a wicket like this, you're a bit more confident because it is a belter.
But spin could play its part, as we are seeing so far. And there are some quite good spin options for the Sunrisers as well. So it's going to be an interesting chase this afternoon. Sunrisers, for those of you joining us, winning the toss and electing to bat, going pretty nicely, but struggling to get the spinners away at the moment. Sapphire Smale in particular has proved parsimonious. And better use of the feet on that occasion, but still only the single.
Interesting, sorry.
Go on.
No, I was just thinking, just looking at Cordelia bat, and it's quite an easy option for her to go onto long off, and I was wondering if they brought up long on, whether they could lure her into a full shot. That was with the storm hat on, obviously. Yeah, because she naturally wants to hit that way, so it might get a full shot.
Well, again, a very tight over, just 2 runs, so 10 and 9, I think, from her 4 overs, which is superb bowling in anybody's book. It's still not at the position, again, because you have to switch between 20 over and 50 over cricket. It's not at the over where the point of the match where they have to get a hurry on.
Yeah, exactly.
Sort of hit out or get out stage. There's still a long way to go, but there was quite an animated conversation between the two batters between overs.
Yeah, and I think definitely Cordelia. She likes to score runs, so it'd be interesting to see. Well, I wonder what their perspective is right now. So obviously, from a spectator point of view, you're thinking they look calm and they've got it in control, but in the back of their heads, they're probably wanting a few more runs and whether they want to force it or not. So hopefully, they just remain calm.
Well, Fee Morris continuing her good work, but good running. A couple of singles in those first 2 deliveries, just keeping the bowler honest. Nicely bowled. Slight risk with that delivery, but and there's a drop. There is a drop. It was a definite chance to the skipper, Sophie Luff. It was short, it was slogged, and she's put it down. So a life for Griffith. Griffith survives on 38.
Yeah, that would have been a classic spin wicket, wouldn't it?
Yes.
She's playing really, really well, and then that one.
Yeah, with the worst ball she's bowled in that over, dragged down, mistimed slog, but put down.
I think for Cordelia, I think most batsmen, I think it's always quite nice to have that experience because it can be quite sobering to then snap you back out of it, can't you? So I reckon for sunrises that could be quite a good thing.
I like this positive attitude, yeah.
Got to be positive.
Yeah, really good.
We want to get out of this, it's over now. But.
Well, 83 without loss at the moment, and 40 to Cordelia Griffith, who's just enjoyed a life, dropped on 38 by the Western Storm captain, Sophie Luff, off the unlucky Fee Morris, and it will be Sophia Smale to continue. She will be bowling to Grace Scrivens. We have lost our video connection. I'm not sure how wide that problem is. But again, it's both such a lovely, very difficult line to score off. She's barely bowled a bad ball so far, Sophia Smale. And sometimes you have to take chances, which is exactly what Grace Scrivens has done. She's come down the wicket to the spinner, and she's played a glorious drive between mid-on and mid-off, who barely had time to move before the ball was smacking against the advertising hoardings at the far end from our commentary box. This time though she defends off the back foot into the leg side. There is no run, so that the first boundary taken from Sophia Smale's bowling in the 5th over. Again, good use of the feet from the batter, and very kindly someone has found the live stream on their telephone. They're burning through their allocation of data for the month for us, so thank you very much indeed. And that is an absolutely beautiful cover drive for one. But this has been a much more productive over so far as the Sunrisers are concerned, after Sophia Smale really did put the brakes on for the Western Storm. And that's dropped short, but again gets away with it, and there will be no run, but a much more productive over. And 89 is now the score from 19 overs, from 20 overs. So a fraction under 4.5 the run rate at the moment. And that was good intent from Grace Scrivens, Lizzie.
Yeah, I was actually thinking it was quite a nice option to have mid on and mid off up because it kind of forced that shot, but Scrivens absolutely capitalised on that brilliantly.
She did. She used her feet. And the first boundary from the bowling of Sophia Smale. To continue though, Fee Morris, as is often the way in 50 over cricket, we're getting a good middle section of spin.
Yeah, and hopefully these two can continue because they're taking along quite nicely. But I imagine coming out and facing this straight away would probably slow it quite a bit.
Nicely played off the hip, round the corner for a single. The throw doesn't help the wicket keeper.
Yeah, it's good for so much as well when you're looking at our middle order. Of Amara Carr and Joe Gardner. If they're dealing with the back end, that'd be it's perfect.
There's a big appeal for LBW. I think possibly a little bit on the high side. It's a leg by. I think it would have been a tough decision to have given. However, more to the point as far as Grace Scrivens is concerned, she probably feels she might have missed out on an opportunity there. That's played straight to the short mid wicket. There is no run. We have technical people trying to get our TV connection going again. And that's played out into the deep. There is no run. There is one run, sorry. No more than one. Swung around for another single. Nicely played.
Might be the first sweep of the day.
Yes, indeed. You were talking about the sweep shot, which we have yet to see much of, and that was the first sweep of the day. And considering we've had 7 overs of spin so far. .92 though from 21 overs. And at the moment Cordelia Griffith 7 away from a half century.
We've got a change of bowling. This is Claire Nicholas. So another off spinner, a lot flatter than Fee.
So a third spin option as far as the Western Storm are concerned. Another left arm spinner.
She's right. Sorry, she's an off spinner. She's going to come round to Scrivens, I imagine.
Sorry, I'm getting my left and right completely muddled up. You're absolutely right. It was because of the left-handed batsman, and I just batter. And
so you can already tell she's bowling a lot flatter.
yes, after the loop that we saw from Sophia Smale, and quicker. And there have been 2 thumping drives, but expertly fielded by, I think, Fran Wilson.
Yeah, that's Fran in there. I think this pace could potentially suit these two on this wicket. You can almost treat her like a seamer.
Yep, that medium pace, yep. There's all sorts of things going on off camera.
They reacted like that was off the bat, don't they?
There was. I don't think it was quite a chance. It was too far away from the keeper, but you're right. There was a feeling that looped around the corner. That's a thumping shot, but that sweeper out in the deep. Danielle Gibson on it very quickly. Sorry, Alex Griffiths on it very quickly. And they just take the single. So spin to continue. Once Western Storm discovered how effective spin was on this wicket, and now on 3 spinners have had a chance. And good field placing as well. The sweepers are being kept busy at the moment, but that's good. On these size pitch we're playing on, that's a single, no more.
Yeah, an extra kill would be a lot straighter for Fee due to the pace.
So that's the thing I like about 50 over cricket as well, that if you take a single every ball, you're still tickling along at 6 and over. So the single, unlike T20, which is looked upon almost as a bad thing, it's just keep things ticking over. That's very cleverly bowled. Swung away. Decent hit. Oh, and there's a misfield. Never run. Oh, they had though. And they've got away with it. There are 2. And well spotted. So just, you feel the tempo just rising slightly at the moment. The 2 batters just trying to keep things moving that little bit quicker. And the 100 comes up, eventually fielded by Neem Holland. And a century partnership to start things off. I can't ask for better than that, can you, Lizzie?
Yeah, that's a perfect start for these 2, and it's definitely making it look easy. So I think the next 5 to 10 overs are quite crucial, because they're probably going to carry on doing this for a little bit, and then hopefully see some fireworks later.
Your correspondent's being very poor at getting the video up on his laptop currently, but he will.
Yes, they go match centre.
So spin from both ends, continuing. Good fielding off her own bowling. Nicely done from Claire Nicholas.
I think, you know, if you're looking at, like we talked about before, the outfield and the pitch, I think, yes, you know, as a sunriser, we are happy, but the margin for error is quite small in this wicket, so I think actually Storm have bowled pretty well. So someone's going to have to follow that up.
Slightly over pitched and driven up to mid-on, but again, just the single. Just struggling to find the gaps at the moment slightly. Cordelia Griffith and Grace Scrivens. Obviously seeing the ball really well by now, but this is where they just need to be able to move the ball around, and that might help hugely. That's gone very, very fine. And boundary to warm applause as the crowd is beginning to fill up around us. Able to move the ball
I was just
around.
going to say, it hasn't been a boundary for a while, but I paused on the comment.
It's gone very, very fine. Well, the last time I was saying how well the bowler was going, that was clattered for a 4 the very next ball. So Grace Scrivens moves into the 40s on that. And that's a really nice shot. Driven away just for the single though. But the timing was good, and that's a good over as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. The score goes on to 105 from 23 overs. But we're coming up to the halfway mark. They often do say that, what is it, that you can double the score from 30 to 50, so still in very good shape for the plus 250. But of course, any further batters have to get themselves in.
Yeah, sometimes you can come in after a long partnership and think that it's all easy, and then actually a little cluster can happen. So discipline will need to be maintained.
Nice. A little bit of drift from there as well from Fee Morris, bowling very nicely indeed. Good fielding there from Sophie Luff. As the ball was hit at a pretty hard. A slightly peculiar moment that almost, I think it was almost a leg side full toss that was almost then turned onto stumps into the wicket keeper. I think Scrivens was really surprised with the delivery turning up at her like that. That one is short. Again, Scrivens will feel she's missed out a little bit, so that's very full, very short, but the ball didn't bounce much then either.
No, the quicker one from Fee, wasn't it? That naturally is flatter and it kind of skids on a bit.
Oh, I have to say that's missing out. That is missing out. That's full toss, just in the hitting zone. And Scrivens, who's batted really well so far. Oh, there's an even bigger full toss. But only for the single. So in many ways, that over could have gone for anything.
Yeah, because Fee puts quite a lot on it, so that one there, kind of, I think Scrivens got quite excited, and then it does dip. So I think that's why sometimes she can get away with those full tosses.
Well, we've been playing for an hour and a half now, and so further liquid refreshment is being taken. We're having a bit of a break, and we will have these and should have these today, because it is very, very warm indeed. But that is the halfway point in this innings, and after 25 overs, 107 without loss. So, thoughts on that first 25 overs, Lizzie?
Like I said earlier, I think, yes, as a batting point of view, you're happy, no wickets down. But I think if I was in the Western Storm camp as well, I think I'd be quite happy with that. They haven't, the game's not gone yet. They haven't really been that expansive, and they've bowled quite well. And actually, what's happening now is that they're just nurdling it. It hasn't been as an explosive. I think the next 25 overs is massive, and I think Sophie Luff will be telling that to the Storm girls. If we maintain discipline, we can control it and control where they're hitting it. But then, from a Sunriser point of view, that foundation that hopefully we can then utilise the power of Datani, Gardner. We've also got Maddie and then Mars backing together. So there's lots to come. But actually, it's a weird one because it's probably an even kill at the moment.
Yes, I know. We're just seeing the bowling figures up as well at the moment, and you just go through it, and the only person who's really gone for sort of more than 6 and over is Katie George. Everyone else has been pretty tidy, you must say, particularly, as we mentioned at the time, Sophia Smale, who has gone for just 15 from her 5 overs, and that included 5 off the 5th over. So she has been very difficult to get away so far. So really backing up your point, Lizzie, that yes, there are no wickets down, but no one's been taken to the cleaners as far as the bowlers are concerned yet.
Yeah, it'd be interesting how Luff uses Smale now, because whether you hold back and then can maintain it later, or whether you, I think, they're going to look for a wicket in the next few. So who the ball goes to, she needs her strike bowler, and then maybe putting on Smale once a new batter's in to try and stem that.
As that is a bit of a risk, though, isn't it? When someone's bowling as well as she was, do you just then bowl them through? Because then you're putting pressure back on the batsman as far as the scoreboard is concerned.
Yeah, I think that potentially would be in her mind, but I think towards the end of her 5th, the batters looked quite calm, and I think she probably was thinking about a wicket. And at that time, I'm wondering whether that was it, whether she was looking actually, because with Claire Nicholas bowling a bit flatter, maybe she might complement Fee quite well, because you have the loopy bowler from this end, then you have the attacking from the other end, and whether that was going to provide a full shot for either Cordelia or Grace. I think Sophie Luff will be telling them that these two are going to go at some point. So, we just need to capitalise on our opportunity when that does happen. And then from Grace and Cordelia, it's choosing their moment. It's quite a hard decision sometimes when you're batting quite easily.
Well, a fascinating first half to this Sunrisers innings that has raised as many questions as it's answered in many ways. Will be Claire Nicholas to continue.
Yeah, I think the next 5 overs are crucial. I think if Sunrisers are wicketless at 30, I think they're going to be in a very, very good position. And I think if Storm maybe get 1 or 2 in the next 5, then that might change the game.
Well, here is Cordelia Griffith on 49, facing Claire Nicholas. Griffith, nice looking drive, but the half century will have to wait. In again, that's nicely guided down. And you're allowed to applaud, Lizzie, you play for the same team. And that is a 50, and a good one too, from Cordelia Griffith, coming off 83 deliveries with 5 fours. Just what a team needed up at the top of the order. Now can Grace Scrivens plays a lovely late shot. That is an absolutely beautiful shot, and will go for 4. Such exquisite timing.
Such a good option as well against Nicholas when using the pace. Obviously be a higher risk against Fee, so I think that she's done that really, really well.
Late shot. That is an absolutely beautiful. And she now moves to 49, and will go for 4. Claire Nicholas in. There is no run. Just Still 1 ball left in this over. Or is it 2? Anyway, there are balls left in this over. Swung round the corner, and that's going to be the second 50 for the Sunrisers in the same over from Claire Nicholas. That is swung away by Grace Scrivens, who's now racked up a second 50 in 3 innings so far in this Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. Super batting, and Grace Scrivens 50 coming off 73 deliveries with 8 fours. And considering she was being made to work very early on in her innings, she's gradually increased the pace throughout, and that is a top 50. Now Fee Morris, one of the 2 half centurions that have now emerged for the Sunrisers, and that's swung away for another single.
It's gone for 4.
Oh, it's gone for 4.
Went through her leg.
Sorry, I
No, yeah, no. It'd be interesting to see how, I think Cordelia might capitalise on this now. You can just see her change of body language there. Whether she's now ticked off 50 and whether she might take this as an opportunity.
Slightly unfairly, the producer has also shown a replay of that misfield. You don't want to see that too often on the TV screen. One of those moments for the crowd when their heart are in their mouth, but it was a bump ball back to the bowler. That is some shot. And that's gone for 4 as well. Another poor bit of fielding slightly on the boundary, but it was a glorious shot. It deserved 4. But at the moment, a few mistakes just creeping in to Western Storm fielding, and it's proving a little expensive. That's 2 boundaries assisted by the fielders. And that's well hit again.
Good fielding.
And that's brilliantly fielded. That's how to stop a boundary.
It gets back the 2.
Really was excellent dive. Good work as well from the fielder alongside her covering, so the ball could be thrown in and they keep that down to 2. Now this is up in the air. I think it's going to fall safe, and it does. And there's just the single. Certainly the attacking is occurring now, but Lauren Filer, well, maybe lost it a little bit. It was probably not as far away from her as she thought initially in the end.
Yeah, I think it looked like it went straight up in the air, didn't it? So I think she paused for a bit and then realised. It's quite interesting, these 2. When you now they've both gone over 50, you'll see, as we've always seen from Cords, but Scrivens will probably just maintain her calm, level head, just I want about all day kind of mindset, where Cordelia will definitely look to be expansive now. It's just whether she can choose the right ball for it.
But that's no bad thing, is it? That if someone wants to say, certainly as far as the Sunrisers are concerned, if one of these 2 could stay to somewhere close to the death, there will be a decent score. So one of them almost has the licence to attack a little more at the moment. And that role does seem to have fallen all right to Cordelia Griffith, who is on the charge to the spinners, and field is now being posted right back on the boundary. Of course, she plays the most correct forward defensive.
Quite glad of that after the last overs.
Bit heart in mouth, was it, for the rest of the teammates? Claire Nicholas continuing. A little bit of width, but perhaps missed out.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether she'll utilise the no third man here.
Yes. Well spotted. Full toss. It's turned away nicely, but couldn't quite get the angle needed to find the big gap on that leg side in sort of the cow corner department. We have a trapped butterfly in the commentary box, a very pretty one. That's flicked away nicely by Grace Scrivens for a single. And the scoreboard has suddenly begun to race away. It was only 100 a couple of overs ago. It was 129, and the acceleration needed as far as the Sunrisers are concerned.
And that's what you can now enjoy, can't you? That's, you put in the hard yards, and then you can hopefully then utilise that and then enjoy the runs.
But while Cordelia Griffith is occasionally taking a bit of a chance, it's not every ball. She's not trying to smash everything out of the ground.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether the one that went over mid-off might have...
just reined her in
Yeah,
slightly.
a little bit.
Yeah, the touch. In the end, that wasn't a bad over. The score, though, has gone on to 131 from 27. So still fraction under 5 and over.
This will be the big change here. So obviously Luff reckons that Filer's the strike bowler here for the wicket. But it's quite interesting. I imagine Cordelia's quite happy. So this 2 or 3 over spell, it could be quite fun to watch probably.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because possibly would like to have kept her back to the depth, but needs wickets. Desperately needs wickets now, so has turned to her opening strike bowler.
Yeah, where spin had been, slowing it down. Obviously, that last over didn't quite work, so scratching her head here.
Yeah, I'm still slightly surprised that Sophia Smale hasn't. She appeared to be the hardest of the spinners to get away, but she's just bowled at the moment the 5 overs for 15. That is a glorious drive, but nice fielding, an excellent throw means that there is only 1 run. Really good fielding on the boundary there. So when you're set, that extra pace is quite not necessarily a bad thing as far as the batters are concerned.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I think it'll be either runs or wickets, you can imagine.
That squirts away. That just squirts away off the outside edge, and they go through for a single. So continuing to play very sensibly. And that's allowed to go through. Decent length and line as far as stopping the runs are concerned, but not necessarily a wicket-taking delivery. And wickets, you feel what Western Storm need at the moment.
She does have a bouncer in her.
We saw one, didn't we? One that she just bowled a little bit shorter.
Yeah, I wonder whether that could be an option.
And that's just punched away. So at the moment only 3 singles so far from 4 balls. So a very tidy start for Lauren Parfitt in her second spell. Her first 5 overs for 20. Oh, and this could be out. I think if it had hit, it would have been close. But it just missed. It was funny though. It was Grace Scrivens' call. She thought there was a run there, but boy, was it tight. But Neem Holland couldn't hit the stumps.
I think she hit it better than she thought, maybe.
Yeah. Filer in again, and that is that shorter delivery. Sat up though, and Cordelia Griffith's eyes into so well now that she was almost in position too early.
I think she probably wanted it.
Yeah. In the end, though, it's just a single, and the score goes on to 136. Griffith 66 not out. Scrivens 56. Interesting though that Griffith has faced 3 more overs effectively of the 29. Spin continues from one end, understandably, and it will be Claire Nicholas who will continue. It's 4 overs have cost 21 so far.
Yeah.
Just what you were saying about that lack of third man, but really good recovery from Sophie Luff, the skipper. She keeps it down to 2.
You can start to see it in the Storm players, can't you? They're kind of looking a little bit more lethargic, a bit more fatigued.
Oh, comes down the wicket, turns it into a foolish delivery, but can't whip it away. Still not easy batting though, is it? You're still having to work for the runs. That's driven nicely.
Yeah, so I think someone's going to have to bowl well here. I think no matter what the score is, even if it is something quite substantial, you definitely have to bowl well here.
It'll be interesting to see what the body language with just a wicket, you feel, and that's Scrivens who drives really well, and fielder tried to set herself, but terrific fielding on the boundary, running in, super stuff.
Yeah, Gibson's very good up there.
Yeah, that's the second excellent piece of fielding in the last couple of overs that we've seen from her, keeping the runs to a minimum, and the excellent throw in as well, and that is a missed opportunity. In fact, it very nearly ended up as a wicket, but a full toss, leg stump, missed out. That is where your eyes light up as a batter, but on this occasion missed out, not for the first time, it must be said. There's been 1 or 2 full tosses that have not troubled the score as much as they should have done. More water is required, understandably.
Yeah, I'm interested that Cords has just changed her bat, and knowing her, that's probably going to be quite stressful.
Really? Why?
She likes her bats.
Oh, right, okay, so 1 bat, that's it.
Yeah.
So she's had to change it. Okay. Filer continue, but down the leg side, and it'll be a wide. Called by Sophie McClellan.
Imagine Tatani wants his chomping at the bit to go out there and bat, though.
Yes, it must how you feel for number 3 batters, don't you? When the first 2 are still batting 30 odd overs later. That is a leg bye. It's a hot day to sit with your pads on as well. There's Cordelia Griffith facing. Plays it into the ground. Doesn't quite time it. Kevin's about 2 minutes away, apparently. I've just seen a message where he said he was 15 minutes away and he sent it 13 minutes ago. So, for those of you waiting for the estimable Kevin Hand to the voice of the Sunrisers.
I imagine that smell's going to come on quite soon then, do you think? If this isn't working, then maybe next over.
Yeah, because you'll want to keep 3 back for the death, won't you? You won't want to use overused flyer at this stage, because there will still be some death bowling required. He managed to get a leg by from that.
Or they might go to someone new completely, maybe, to try and...
Who else? And anybody else leaping out of the...
You've got Griffiths, who's bowled. You know, I'm not sure how much she's done this season, but she's obviously, you know, she's quite effective. Even the skip can turn her arm over.
So yes, maybe looking for that X factor bowler to try and make the breakthrough. Oh, and that was the attempted quicker delivery that you were talking about, trying to bang it in short. It didn't really, one, get very high, and 2, it was smeared away through the non-existent slip cordon. And 4 runs is the result.
Yeah, Cordelia's going through the gears here now, isn't she? She's looking for runs at every given opportunity.
Yes, if there's width, the bat is quite right, whichever bat it is, whether it's the one she likes or the new one. And that is a brilliant catch. I was just about to celebrate what was a fabulous shot, but that catch is absolutely outstanding. And it's Fee Morris who has picked that up absolutely brilliantly, and that will be the end of Cordelia Griffith. That's a bonus for the bowler if you have a fielder who can help you get a half volley caught like that. Is a brilliant catch.
And that's the plan, isn't it, from last? You know, that breakthrough, give Philo a couple of overs and see whether it worked. No, Fee is electric in the field.
Absolutely outstanding.
Never that animated day.
Yes. Cordelia Griffith, though, will understandably be a bit frustrated to have got out in that fashion. But a good innings, fantastic knock, 74 runs to her name, and she has set up the Sunrisers. The first wicket going down with the score on 148.
This is the good thing now, though. I guess with 2 left-handers, Smale won't be quite as effective, so she might might put her till later.
So Naomi Ditani in decent nick at the moment.
Yeah, she's striking them really, really well. You don't want to be bowling too many at her in the net, so you're in some danger. Yeah, she'd be good to come into this place as well. She naturally likes to get runs on the board and get up and down. So if we can maintain this momentum without stemming too many dots, then that would be great.
A lot resting on the shoulders of Grace Scrivens now, who has, I hate to use the word anchored, because she was actually scoring quicker than Cordelia Griffith, but you just feel that she has now decided someone has to see this through. It's going to be me.
Oh,
and it is Claire Nicholas to bowl.
Yeah, I think she'd be happy with that. I think naturally she'll. This would be the role that she wants. I want to bat all day. I think she's definitely that player that she'll bat for every minute of every day if she could. So I think it will play into her game quite nicely. So that if Ditani can then kick on, then she can just enjoy time in the middle.
Well, that's a first delivery to face for Ditani, which she plays very correctly up to mid-off, no run. dragged down a little bit short. Oh, calls for a single that Scrivens doesn't fancy. I think quite rightly, because she would have been running to the danger end.
It's almost like she's been sitting down and it's feeling really fresh, and Grace isn't quite feeling it.
Yeah, quite. Well, in fairness, she has been sat with her pads for an hour and 23 minutes, so no longer than that. Hour and 53 minutes. So yes, she'll be ready to bat. As Kevin Hand crashes into the commentary box. With guests, I'm delighted to say. Off the mark nicely. Punched away. It will only be a single. This is turning out to be a better over as far as the Western Storm are concerned. Just a couple from it, but the 150 comes up after 32 overs. 58 to Grace Scrivens, and off the mark Naomi Ditani with that single, and she pinches the strike as well. You're listening to me, Guy Swindles and Lizzie McLeod, who is giving us the inside track on all things Sunrisers, and in fact a remarkable amount about the Western Storm as well, I'm delighted to say.
Thank you very much for having me.
Returning from the river end, P. Morris.
So we do have a change of ball. No, it's P. Morris is back on from this end, as Lauren Filer has done her job. We say goodbye to Lizzie McLeod. Thank you very much. Kevin Hand, the voice of the Sunrisers, is with us.
Guy, it's our first time this season.
It is, it is. We've been in boxes together, and that is a bonus wicket. And suddenly, from cruising along at 148 without loss, it's 150 for 2.
Shall I leave?
And we were doing very well until you arrived, Kev. Just saying.
Just saw the first wicket.
Naomi Ditani chipping, just holding out, and
God, it's our
a
first
wicket
time this season.
to Fee Morris. Boxes together, and
Yeah.
very short, after waiting 2 hours to bat, a very short knock in the end from Ditani.
Yeah, just straight to the fielder, and what a big blow to Tani, so often the powerhouse for the Sunrisers at the top, so she'd have very much felt she wanted to come on and keep going where the Sunrisers had gone so well, but Maddie Villiers in at 4 is no slouch either with the bat, but an incredible start by the Sunrisers. Such a tricky season, but what a start. But they'll be aware, and Ditani be aware as well, that it is a big scoring ground.
Yeah,
Chelmsford, it always is, no matter what the format.
yeah.
But the size of those boundaries means that runs are usually pretty high. Up
Well,
here at
exactly.
Chelmsford.
We've been talking about that, and there have been a few errors on the boundary as well. You get found out very quickly if you let the ball slip somewhere near the boundary rope.
How you doing in the heat, Guy?
I'm just sort of sitting in my corner. It's quite nice. We're in quite good shade. I've got the factor 50 on.
Oh, is the air conditioning not working for this one?
I
Or is that
didn't
just a
even
slight
know. I
oversight?
haven't even noticed the fan until you just pointed it out. So swung away nicely, given width, but just the single. That has been a slight problem for the Sunrisers throughout the days. It's avoiding the fielders. They have played a lot of very nice looking shots, but very well placed field. So just the one from that.
It's use of the feet. They're trying to get into that offside, long off and cover back. I watched the Middlesex, or commentated indeed on the Middlesex versus Surrey London Cup game on Thursday night at the Oval.
A bit quicker, that delivery.
Difficult night for a youthful Middlesex side. So many of the big names are left out for this one. But it was good to see some of the youngsters put in, but they were really up against it. Surrey at full strength. One of the things, though,
as that is driven down the ground, it spits in front of the fielder, but there's still no run. Possibility of a single there, and I think there was only a single from that over and a wicket, so suddenly the brakes are being applied as well as the wickets. 151 for 2 after 33, and the Surrey team.
one of the things, mainly for Middlesex batting first, they only managed 68 all out. In the 20th over, their last wicket was done. It was a real scramble in the end, but Surrey actually left the field back a fair bit. Middlesex could have worked the field better, shall we say, that evening. It was a constant attempt for the boundaries, really. It was a big playing surface at the Oval as well, that has to be said. Another quick scoring ground as well, and the Surrey opening player flew about the work, and a 9-wicket victory, with Alice Capsey coming in to round things off pretty sharpishly.
Spin to continue then from both ends again. We just had the 2 overs from Lauren Filer. She did exactly what she needed to do. Claire Nicholas continuing.
That's hit away nicely. Out to deep backward square it goes. Welcome boundary for the Sunrisers. Villiers is on to 5, 155 for 2.
Now Kev has joined us. I think I might leave
Go and make
you
a
in
cup
the
of tea.
very capable hands thereof.
Shh, quietly. Go and take your turn. Go and, whether you find an ice cream or not, or a cup of tea, I don't know what. Whether you go for that theory of actually have the hot drink on a warm day to cool you down. It's right up there, eased away into the onside, and there's no run. So mid-off and mid-on back. Sorry, mid-off and mid-on up. Cover up. Deep covers back. There's a point. Deep square, short fine leg. Deep mid-wicket and short mid-wicket, and this one's punched away just fine of the cover for a single. Villiers is on to 6, 156 for 2. The luminous green. And the Storm able to distinguish quite easily here with the various shades of green across Chelmsford, actually. Pretty parched in parts, but a very lush green square. The ground staff have done well to keep that watered in these extraordinary heats. Cut hard, straight to the fielder though. Just a single for Scrivens, moves to 59. Wonderful innings from her so far, 86 balls. Star here in the blast. Earlier in the campaign in the Charlotte Edwards. Oh, that's nice. Really nice from Villiers. Gets it away fine. Backward point with the chase. Going to pop away over the boundary rope. And that's a lovely shot. Villiers finding her second boundary. She's on to 10. 10 from 6. 161 for 2. And Sunrisers all of a sudden just starting to get going again. Really nice from Villiers. After the fall of those 2 wickets. Let's take you around the scores elsewhere as well today. And see what's happening up and down the country in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. It's got a wonderful rhythmical flow to it, the name of this competition. Much as the wonderful Rachael Heyhoe-Flint always had a lovely rhythmical flow about everything she did in life. A wonderful human being. Glorious smile she had, always brightened up any cricket ground or commentary box that she's headed into to say hello. Here's Morris once more. Oh, chopping on, nearly. Scrivens trapping the bat down hard on that one. Ball to flex away into the offside, no run. Too much flight. It's a big stride in Scrivens. Manages to get only the single though, didn't get all of it, trying to go in between mid-wicket and mid-on. Nice flow at the back, you'd have heard the sound on the effects mic though, that it was a clunky drag into the onside in the end. Dropping short. Works it fine. I'll think about 2 here. Villiers is quick but not gambling. Probably rightly so. Boundaries are up. especially away to the leg side there towards the pavilion. There's a good few sprinkled in. Down on the bottom tier, most are under shade immediately to the right of the river end as we look from the commentary positions. Just drag the length back slightly on that one. Morris, cleverly done as well. Scrivens looking to use her feet. Just a single out to deep square, ticking this scoreboard along. Strong, strong start here for the Sunrisers. Cut again, just a single once more, straight to the sweeper. That one drops short again. Now, up over the top, and that's a beautiful connection. Has it gone all the way? No. One bounce and four to a wide, long on. Beautiful shot from Scrivens. Amazing power from the Kent youngster. That one drops short again. Now, up over the top. 169 for two at the end of the 35th here at Chelmsford. Quarter to two, the cut-off for this innings, so an hour and 10 minutes left for the 15 overs to go. So 165 for two after 35 overs. And, well, where do they go from here? The run rate is 5 and over, just under 4.8. So with 15 overs remaining to go at 5 and over, that would get them up to 75 or so on the board. Put them around that 250 mark. That would be the aim, I'd suggest, for the Sunrisers. Change of bowling at the Hayes close end. Villiers to have strike. Gibson 5 overs, 1 made and none for 23. Deep third, just a little bit too wide, adjusted to finer. Full down the leg side and a wide signalled. 170 for two. Oh, it's crisply struck. Beautiful drive. First one sweetly, classically struck by Villiers. And a wonderful shot for four. Sweeper not able to get around for that one. Oh, it's crisply glorious. Struck. Beautiful drive from Villiers. First one sweetly, classically. And that's connected nicely as well. Whipped away through mid-wicket, that's going to be 4 more. Superb ball striking from Villiers. She's on to 20 from just 10 balls faced. And the incredible start by the Sunrisers continues. 178 for two. Just overcompensating. Gibson well. Going that little bit straighter. Been driven the ball before. Superb. Through the offside. Villiers probably anticipating the correction. Going with it through the onside. Deep mid-wicket drops back now. Short fine legs come up inside the circle. Slow ball. Clever. Optimistic appeal in the end from Gibson, but clever slower ball. I mean, dropped those two fielders back. Brought up the fielder at short fine leg as well. Banged it in short, but pace off. Villiers threw the shot miles too early. Clipped nicely again. Fielders dropped back though, so just a single. So elsewhere, Southern Vipers are racked up 183 for 3 in the 33rd. So similarly, powering along. Adams with 82, McCorn 82 at the top as well. Vipers 183 for 3. That against the Lightning at Derby. Vipers winning the toss there and electing to bat. Elvis and Hill have fallen in quick succession though, 0 and 1 respectively, but Schofield with 15 now just starting to build once more with Georgia Adams, Vipers captain. Tucked up from around the wicket. Scrivens looking to access that offside. Scrivens awaits. That one's cut away hard again, out to deep cover and a single taken. 180 for 2, so a wide first ball. 11 off the over, another expensive one. The run rate climbs to 5 now. 183 for 2 in the cut away hard again after 36, 14 to go. It's powerful stuff here. 100 from the Sunrisers. Those couple of wickets in quick succession, just giving a little bit of hope that Storm could rein it back. Morris is done. 1 for 37 from 8. Change up here at the at the river end. The sun has welcomely gone behind the cloud momentarily. Absolutely scorching temperatures. So Holland on to bowl. Decent ball first up. Villiers though, good look at it. Drags it to mid-on, not quite timed. Replays the effort to try and get it away wider. Deep mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. The 3 back on the onside. Deep cover back on off. Good line and length again. Good pace from Holland. Hit the bat hard first 2 balls. Let's see what response Villiers has got. I was going to get you to that South East Stars game as well. 133 for 9 now in the 35th against Thunder. 49 for Chloe Brewer up the top. Just be a single, out to deep cover. Holland just going fuller, third ball. Yeah, Chloe Brewer's got had 49 at the top before she was bowled by Jones. Hartley's the one who's rattled through the wickets for Thunder. Alex Hartley has picked up 6 for 24 from her 10. Still there, Smith on 26 and Gregory on 2. 134 for 9 in the 35th. Cut away, only as far as backward point though, just missed out slightly. I can hear him but I can't see him. Guy Swindles with some he's making a tea next door. Heavy water day today at Chelmsford, the driest of the county grounds. The outfield, like I say, holding up despite that. That's well bowled from Holland coming around the wicket. Just 1 off the over so far, great start. Oh, that's edged over the keeper. Around comes short fine leg. What a catch! Wow! What a stunning catch. Scrivens is gone for 69. It was going to take something special, and that catch was very special indeed. Astonishing piece of work. And Holland in her first over, 1 for 1. Sunrisers 185 for 2. And well, that was a An amazing, for 3, sorry, that was an amazing catch coming around at short fine leg.
Wow.
Didn't give much hope. The edge went high, flew, absolutely flew over the keeper.
It was going to take something special, and that catch
Scrivens
was
drags
very
herself
special
off.
indeed.
Hollands with the wicket, last ball of her opening over. What a catch by Smale, really was. Did not think that she was going to get close on that one. So Villiers with 22 from 15, amazing strike rate of 146. She continues. Amara Carr in at 5 for Sunrisers. Wicket keeper, she had an excellent thrash in the game at Wantage Road towards the end of the Charlotte Edwards. Well, she's got 13 overs here to get herself in and really start to open up here as well. So, big wicket, and will it be a big moment to get rid of Scrivens? And finally, after that huge opening stand, managed to rattle through a couple, Datani falling quickly afterwards. But Scrivens so dangerous. Likes it here at Chelmsford as well. Just a nudge for 1 Villiers, on to strike for the first time, Amara Carr. 185 for 3. So that scorecard so far, let's give you a reminder of what's happened. Cordelia Griffith, 74 for 106 deliveries, caught Morris off Filer. And Datani following quickly. Solidly in behind that first ball. In position early there, Carr. Yeah, Datani was caught Holland off the bowling of Morris for 1. Just the 7 deliveries, and Scrivens shared that opening stand worth 148 with Griffith, gone for 69. Really was an amazing catch by Smale. It's a little wristy turn for 1 from Carr, gets off the mark, second ball. Yeah, it was with Joe Gardner that Carr and Gardner really started about the task at Wantage Road in one of the T20 fixtures in the Charlotte Edwards. Some really powerful hitting from Gardner, in particular, a huge 6 down the ground. So they won't want to hold up here, just a single more for Villiers. Her strike rate's very healthy, 24 off 17. But yeah, there will be a little bit of an onus to make sure that this does go on and go to somewhere around that 250 mark. 5 and over across the innings, maybe just a little bit more could be possible. It's going to be a wide, just drags it down the leg side. 188 for 3. So yeah, keep an eye on those other scores elsewhere today. Of course, it is finals day for the Vitality Blast as well. The Vikings 204 for 7. Lancashire Lightning 19 without loss in reply. Oh, just checking the shot on that one. Carr nearly threw it too early. I said first ball that she was in position early to defend. That one she was in position early, but managed to check the drive back to Gibson. No runs, so none for 41. Last ball of her 7th. She's going to run more than the innings average at the moment. Oh, it's beautifully driven, but straight to the fielder. It's a massive bat in the hands of Amara Carr. When she does strike and it stays struck. End of the over. She has just one to her name from 4. Villiers 24 from 17. The Sunrisers 188 for 3. And Gibson's now gone for 41 off her 7, so her runs per over drops to 5.9. Runs across the innings hanging at 5 at the moment though, so yeah, if they keep that up, 5 and over for the last 12, again they'll look to increase, but it doesn't always work that way. But 60 off the last 12 puts them at 248. I imagine they'll want just a little bit more after such a prolific start here. The fall of Griffith for that 148 run partnership was at the end of the 31st. So yeah, it's maintained all the way through at there or thereabouts, 5 and over. Holland to continue. Oh, just clip something, go through the legs on the way through. Nothing signalled by the umpire as Rhft skipped from off to leg to collect that one. Picking out the fielder again. Carr had to be careful to get back. Mid-on doing the work. Oh, mistimed. Could be a mix-up as well. Throw to the non-strikers end. They're through. Wasn't so much a yes-no as a maybe, but they kept going. Villiers is on to 25. 189 for 3. That one gets through, straight through to the gloves. Just struggling with the timing slightly more so with the bowling from the river end. That's full. Clip just straight at the mid-wicket. Oh, nearly wrong-footed her colleague, but safe enough in the end for the single. This one's worked nicely wide of mid-on. That's going to be 4 more. Short boundary to Cow Corn. There is a deep mid-wicket back. Couldn't get back, just dropped a little too short on that one. Holland and her fine figures disrupted at the end of the over. 1 for 7 off 2 Holland has now. 194 for 3 and just 11 overs remain of this first innings. And they'll be pretty happy with the total they've set, but again, just fancy they'll want to push it up and over that 5 and over if they can, the Sunrisers. Really try and put the pressure on with the bat in the chase here. 194 for 3. Villiers 29, Carr on 2. Don't forget all the streams available from the games around the country as well, so you can check in on those others if this innings doesn't align, the innings break with the others if they're still going, or finished early, started up early. Oh, chipped and over mid-on, but only just. Carr's first boundary. Damaged pride at mid-on, or is there a little bit more? I'm wondering if the fall there actually has done a little bit of damage. That now actually the whole team have realised, and the physio's called for. Let's have a look. Over mid-on, but only just. Falling backwards, just jarred perhaps the right shoulder, hopefully nothing more than that. But the physio is being called for, and we'll run out. That wasn't a nice moment at all. We can have a look at it again on the replay. Let's see.
Over mid-on, but only just.
Yeah, just falling backwards, trying to take the catch. And the ball trickles away over the boundary rope. But that was hopefully not too nasty a fall. Morris being helped up. Let's see. Holding the back of her head, it might have just jutted down onto the ground, perhaps. She landed backwards trying to take the catch. But sitting up at least, hopefully, all is okay. Carr's moved to 6 with that boundary, 6 from 7. Talks about her ability to hit out. 1 or 2 more coming out to have a look, so Morris being given a moment. Probably all the field happy to take a moment in this sun, but she certainly seems okay sitting up. Can have another look at it now. Let's just have a look and see if that head does hit. It's diving backwards, and then maybe just there. I thought maybe it was the right shoulder just jarred as she came down and rolled over it. Fingers crossed she's okay. I'm sure she'll come off for a moment. Looks a little bit groggy standing up, Morris, so let's see. Just checking the back of the neck. Sometimes when you do go over backwards like that, it can give you that little bit of a pain on the back of your neck. But usually just a little pull, nothing too much to worry about. Morris looks pretty tough and shaking it off. So, ready to go again. 198 for 3. 10 overs to go after this one. From Gibson. None for 45 now at the start of her 8th after that boundary by Carr. Morris up on her feet and ready to go at mid-on once more. Play resumes. And a single driven to Morris, although, well, wasn't the most convincing of runs. Throw go into the bowler's end, I think rightly so, looking for the wicket. The delay actually came from Villiers. Whether she'd have been through the throw, the longer throw having to go from mid-on to the keeper's end, maybe should have been safe. Field change for Villiers, it's going to be mid-on, and Morris dropping back all the way to the rope, so long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square and deep cover the 4 back. And that one's looking to bisect the 2 out on the onside. It's bobbled up. Oof. Mentioned the parched outfield here, almost scarred from the sun. And that one bobbled nastily. 200 up for the Sunrisers nonetheless. Midway through the 40th, 200 on the board. Yeah, it was nasty the way that one kicked up out on the boundary rope. Just the single for Villiers. Slow ball, nicely driven though by Carr. Watchfully done, straight to the sweeper. It'll only be a single. 201 for 3. Villiers is on to Villiers is on strike on 30. Carr's moved along to 8. Nice Yorker, well dug out. That's really well played by Villiers. They're going to think about 2 here. Back they come. Carr's going to the danger, and she is quick. She is very, very quick. Amara Carr, I've always forgotten that with the power that she gets with her shots as well. She is fast between the wickets. Villiers on to 32, 203 for 3. This one's short, cut away, out to deep cover. It's just a single, 205 for 4. So back 10 coming up. They've pushed up at 5 and over again. 5.1, 204 for 3. And these two with Gardner to come. Well, I think now with these two well set, Villiers, well, she was set from the off, going along at a strike rate of 200 from the beginning. It's dropped down to 137 now. 33 from 24. Carr on 8 from 9. Surely be looking to go at perhaps even 7s through this back 10. We shall see. Holland will look to have a big say. She's only gone for 7 off 2 so far. Oh, and that's not a bad start at all. Has she got her? She has. Gone. Swinging across the line. Villiers gone for 33. And there's the 4th wicket. And boy, oh boy, that was needed. Bowled for 33. Looking to really swing hard into the onside. Perhaps exactly with what I was saying, that run rate of wanting to get up around 7s on her mind. Oh, and that's not a bad start at all. Has she got her? She has. Yeah. Gone. Takes the top of leg and just opening up the stumps for the bowler. So Villiers departs, a very, very useful 33. That will bring Joe Gardner out though. And a little word between the two as they meet out towards the boundary rope. A little word of what the pitch is doing, what the pace is doing. Very useful cameo though. A bit more than a cameo from Villiers. A very useful 33. It's topped the Sunrisers up, and again, after the fall of a couple of quick wickets, it just meant that they've managed to maintain the pace they've been going all the way through, and indeed increase it ever so slightly as well. So Gardner and Carr, now these two, if they get going, the Sunrisers really could think of something spectacular. We shall see. But Holland has 2 for 7 from 2.1, and perhaps Storm right now will be ruining the fact that they didn't throw the ball to her previously. Gibson at the other end, as we've been saying, she's been going at nearly 7s. It's none for 51 off 8 now for Gibson, from with one maiden in there as well. But here's Gardner, who, well, to my mind anyway, the most powerful striker of the ball in this Sunrisers side. She was on commentary for a Middlesex match at Lords the week after that game, and it got mentioned a few times, I think. Mid off and mid on up. She will look to go down the ground if the ball's in her half. Just nicely steered first ball. Single to get off the mark. 205 for 4. What does Carr do? Does she settle in again for Gardner, or does she continue to... Well, she's going to run a ball basically. Does she continue to look to accelerate? That lofted drive over mid-on, which led to the injury for Morris, who fortunately seems okay down at mid-on at this end, with the bowling from the river end now as well. That's beautifully stroked back, and no run weight there. Yeah, I saw Carr at the Oval on Thursday night. Disappointed, of course, not to be playing in the London Cup. A rare victory for Surrey, that was. 6-2 it is now to Middlesex in the 8 years of the London Cup. Good again from Holland. She's right on the money at the moment. 2 for 8 from 2.4. It's outstanding, this from Holland. But yeah, that decision I was mentioning earlier, the decision to rest a few of the Sunrisers from the Middlesex side, I think very much with these temperatures in mind this week. Yes, no, and no eventually the call. Holland has got it on a piece of string here at the moment, just hitting the top of the off stump. This is an amazing start to her spell between Carr and Gardner. They're actually going to have to find a way to hit her off her line and length here, because this could swing things dramatically the other way to the Storm at the end if she can maintain this. That's well worked, just fine of the fielder. Open the face enough, Carr, to get the single. That's what they've got to do, just keep the strike ticking. In the meantime, if Holland is metronome-like on the top of off. So she has 2 for 9 from 3, 206 for 4. Carr's on to 9. But yeah, I think that, I mean, there's obviously a huge want and a huge desire for far more cricket for Sunrisers, both the Charlotte Edwards and the Rachael Heyhoe, and for Middlesex as well at the county level. All the teams, all the players are asking for more games, more cricket. But I think until it does reach that level, playing the back-to-back games of the heat of Thursday with what was always going to be a scorching one here at Chelmsford. If it's a heat wave across the country, they'll know about it in Chelmsford more than anywhere else. So I think that was partly what was in mind, that Thursday night match and a early Saturday morning fixture. Smales back into the attack, none for 15 from her 5. Starts up with the dot ball, left arm around from the Hayes close end. Carr, I'm sure, will be looking at that shorter boundary to the onside, but it's hitting against the spin. Use of the feet, dot ball to extra cover. Pretty tightly knit on the offside, mid-off and extra cover, deep cover back sweeping. Point there as well, and 5 on the onside if Smale drifts short, drifts straight. Oh, has drifted that one onto the top of middle and off. Carr's gone for 9. Smale's first wicket, and a big one as well. I think the tying up of one end has helped very much Smale at the other. Carr trying to give herself room, but she's gone for 9 from 16 deliveries, just the one boundary, bowled by Smale, and 206.
Oh, it's drifted that one onto the top of middle and off. Carr's gone for 9.
For 5 now.
First wicket.
As Kelly Castle will come into bat to join Joe Gardner, and that is a massive wicket. Carr will be mightily disappointed, all those runs that racked up earlier. Slowly makes her way back to the pavilion here at the Cloud County grounds in Chelmsford. But Castle, no mug with the bat either. I think it will be all eyes on Gardner now to see what she can do at the back of this innings. But the way Holland has gone, Smale has been equally economical. 1 for 15 from 5.3 now. Sunrisers are just going to have to be very, very careful. All that good work to this point isn't undone in what, 8.5 overs at the end as they try to hit out. But see, Carr's just trying to find those angles. In the end, trying to find an angle off the stumps. It's down the leg side. First ball from Smale to Castle, looking for that big sweep. Tall, powerful girl herself. The skipper Castle. One to get her off the mark to the short fine leg. It's a wide down the leg side once more from Smale. This will be interesting for Gardner though, how patient she is, and I think that's surely going to slow her up for a little while. The fall of Carr. Strokes that one to mid-off, no run. One to come of Smale's 6th, the 42nd of the innings. That's a nice looking sweep, gets it away. Fine, but it is just the single to end the over. 209, 208. What was the right first time? 209 for 5, I think, at the end of the over. That guy, it was an incredible start to this innings. It hasn't been bad the last 12, but the back 8 could be a danger here.
It could be. I have to say earlier we were quite surprised that Sophia Smale didn't actually continue longer after her first 5 overs. Her first 4 overs only cost 9. She put real pressure on, and has also now got the wicket that really her earlier spell deserved. There was an argument for bowling her through for all 10 overs, but as it is, the decision to hold her back has proved a very good one.
Yeah, they've got them very much under the thumb at the moment, haven't they?
Minimum 250, you feel?
Cries catch, just short. Sweetly struck by Gardner, looking to give herself room. Anything other than 250, I think, here's going to be a big disappointment to the Sunrisers.
Particularly after that start, superb opening partnership of 148. But it always needed one of those two, you felt, to see the innings home. And certainly Grace Scrivens looked as if she was in that role. Wonderful catch to remove her. In fact, we've seen 2 fabulous catches, removing both Griffith and Scrivens took wonderful bits of fielding.
It's nicely placed. Think about the seconds. Settle on 1. 2:10 for 5. Just rocking back. If she does get going, Gardner, then all the flats around Chelmsford will know about it, I'm sure. Castle likewise capable. I'm sure she'll look to play just a little bit more of the support act here, though. Oof. Hitting the gloves hard. Holland, this has been a brilliant start from her.
It really has, and really a late call-up because into the attack because the team was struggling. I'm not convinced that she'd have bowled in this match if there hadn't been that paucity of wickets earlier on, but she has taken her opportunity superbly and has bowled as well as any of the seamers so far. Very difficult to get away. 2 wickets on top of that now, and she has bowled her 4 overs and taken 2 for 10.
Yep. It's well, it looks a little remiss at the moment that they didn't try her earlier, given the run rate across the innings. It's only going at 2.5 per over. Smale just going at 3 per over.
Yeah, she was the standout bowler early on in the innings as well.
Good stride from Gardner. Busy at the crease, Joe Gardner. Crunches that one. Sweeper coming round, cries bowlers, and they settle it is just 1. Yeah, she'll be looking to get on with it here, Gardner.
Yes, and if it is dragged down occasionally, as that one was by Smale, she will have the opportunity every so often. Smale.
Nothing doing, going down leg.
But again, it's that little bit of air that she gives the ball and the slightly fuller length, and it has bamboozled the batsman on occasion.
That swept, short fine leg coming around, just a single. Castle's on to 212 for 5. Yeah, pace off here, I think, could be really difficult for Gardner in particular to get it away. That's a beautiful length. Solid defence from Castle in return. If she drops short, then that onside boundary, that short onside boundary, is going to look pretty tempting for both the right-handers. So she's got to give it that air, got to give it that flight. There's the short one, outside off. They've pushed the single. Throw to the keeper's end, they're comfortably through. I was worried for a moment that she was going to hit the drag down in the air, threw it too early, but managed to hit it straight, and just the single it was. Castle's on to 2. She keeps the strike. 6 overs to go with the first innings here at Chelmsford. Sunrisers 212 for 5, but stuttering in the final straight of this innings.
Yeah, final 7 overs, 6 overs, so it is time, if they can, apply the accelerator to do so, but you almost feel as if they've got out of jail a little bit here, the Western Storm, by one bowler who probably wouldn't have come on if things hadn't been going badly, and Sophia Smale, looking at her figures earlier on, we weren't expecting possibly such an impact on this match, but superb from her, as is the line being delivered at the moment from Name Holland, and that is just played back down and is yet another dot ball in this final 10 overs.
Well, it's been relentless. She just hasn't veered from the top of off stump so far. It's been incredible. Oh, that's the cry.
If she's touched it, I think that... Oh, no. OK, safe.
Well, let's have a look. See if we can see on the replay.
It must have been that Kelly Castle was back in her ground, because if she touched it, it's clattered into the stumps.
Oh, she didn't touch it.
Didn't touch
Castle was gone by a mile, wasn't she?
Yeah. Oh no. Okay, safe.
Well, I'm assuming the how's that came from behind the stumps as opposed to the bowler.
I hope so. I hope so. No, my tip of my finger, honest.
213 for 5. Gardner can catch up her strike rate in a flash. There'll be no panic at the moment just yet, but it is just building pressure for the end of this innings for the Sunrisers to try and maintain that rate. The run rate slipped back to 4.8. That's wristily manoeuvred into the onside, thinking about 2, but not there.
There aren't many 2s on this pitch, on this ground at all at the moment. It is 1 or 4 largely. And there has been some very good infielding from Western Storm.
Oh, now. That's an attempted scoop from Castle. She was down early, had to manoeuvre, manufacture in the end, and just about gets away with it for the single.
First scoop of the day.
Did you go for a scoop yourself there on the walk, or just a
not
coffee?
Not today. I may later. I will. May go for double scoop. No fleek, obviously.
This one's worked nicely. Now they could think about 2 here. Field charging up from the onside. Back they come. That's brilliant running. Drop and run in the onside. Classic end of innings fare to try and find a couple. End of Holland's 5th. She's gone for 14 off her 5 now with 2 wickets. 217 for 5. 5 overs out. Well, maintaining at 5 and over, I'll have them just short of that 250 mark, but you can well imagine the back 2 or 3 overs, about 2 overs, let's say, they'll really start to hit out. I think the next 3 they'll still just try and manoeuvre and take what they can. If there is a bad ball, hit it.
Yes, they're just sort of caught in that trap, aren't they? With 5 down, these 2 can't go full bore for the runs, and particularly against the 2 most economical bowlers that we've seen so far.
That's nicely played. Just a single down the ground for Castle. She moves to 4. I think this is the matchup, though, that I'm thinking. Smale to Gardner. Long on is back. Mid-off is up. I should go with the spin over the mid-off. Nope, goes down the ground for the long on. Nearly picks out the fielder. Just short. It's just a single. That's an astonishing piece of work down there. I think it's Morris still.
Yeah, might not have pulled off the catch, but to stop the 4 on the half volley was absolutely brilliant fielding.
I couldn't believe she did. I thought that was going to go for 4 once she'd gone for the catch and missed it. Oh, that one goes straight through to the gloves. Huge swing from Castle. Yeah, I think Gardner, like I say, she can hit with the turnover mid-off, just going a little inside out. Castle comes down the track and just dabs that one back, just dropped it short. Smell perhaps seeing Castle coming.
She really has bowled with really good control so far, Smale.
Down the track again, Castle. Bit of LBW as it wraps off the pads. An attempted sweep from Castle. I do just wonder, is she better here dropping the single and seeing what Gardner does against the spinner, especially that short boundary. If Smale drops short, Gardner will be all over it. That one's short outside off, straight to the fielder though. Frustration for the Sunrisers. Another dot ball. 4 dot balls to end that over and just a couple of singles to start. Sunrisers 219 for 5. Mid-off. Smale's grip.
Nope,
the
goes
spin
down the ground for the long on.
continues.
Nearly
1
picks
for
out the
23
fielder.
off 8. It's been brilliant
Just
from
short.
her.
It's just a single.
Gardner has
That's
the strike on
astonishing
9.
down there. I think
And
it's
this,
Morris.
again, I think will be an interesting over now because Holland's been the most economical still. 2 for 14 from her 5. Mid-off.
No, Holland has been a revelation since she came on, because runs were being leaked at quite a rate. We saw Gibson go for a few, even Filer, who bowled very well first up. She did get the wicket, and that was what she was brought back to do.
I think it's
She
Morris.
came on for 2 overs, and that wicket changed things a little bit.
Now there could be 2 here again. There was the cry. 2, 2. Back they come. Good running. Gardner's on to 11. 221 for 5.
Really well placed, wasn't it? There were 3 fielders all converging on it, and still time for 2 because of the taking the pace off the ball. Very, very intelligent batting.
It's nicely done again. 2 will be the cry once more. Field sharp to it. No, just the single this time. Gardner on to 12. 222 for 5.
Yeah, I just couldn't get the angle on that shot. It was much straighter. She ended up hitting it towards mid-on, and there was never a second.
Oh, down the leg side. Now, what did that come off wide? It's come off the keeper's pads. I was wondering whether there was more to be had from that one.
Wide.
Did it not?
It's Sophie McClellan has given the wide.
Yeah, I thought she did. Yeah, sorry.
And but not a bye, so yeah, there's 2 wides of some description.
Short, up in the air. Oh, that was brave. Incredibly brave. That deep mid-wicket. Goodness me, that could have been very, very nasty. It's Katie George out there, and has she hurt herself? She's got the ball back in, but where did she wear it?
It was on the half volley, wasn't it? And it thudded in to her. I hope it's her knee or top of leg. But poor Katie George has had all sorts of trouble with injury over the last 2 or 3 years. She's had back fractures. She's been through the wars.
That deep mid-wicket, goodness me, that could have been very.
She certainly wore that one
nasty.
because it bounced fractionally in front of her as she gave it a best shot for the catch, and the physio is on straight away to take a look.
Yeah, well, she immediately got the throw back in, but where was that worn? Not nice.
Wrist, I think.
Oh yeah, let's have a look. There you go, just in between the wrist and the elbow, I think, on that left arm. Hopefully a fleshy bit, neither the wrist nor the elbow itself.
There is still going to be a bruise. There is definitely going to be a bruise.
Yes. Yes. Nasty one. 226 for 5. Holland continues. Just a single again. Happily steering into the onside at the moment, keeping it straight, of course. Holland with that short offside. The 2 set back, deep square and deep mid-wicket. Thinking, look, there's singles there, but they'll happily allow those. Just going to check the scores of the others at the end of the over. It's driven away as far as cover a dot ball. 227 for 5. It's been an unusual over this from Holland. 2-1. The 2 wides, as you said, 2, a 1, and now a dot ball, which we've been more accustomed to her. Here she goes from the river end, last ball of the over. Low full toss, works wide of the mid-on. Now, should be 2. Slide goes in, and 2 it is. Well done from Katie George. Shaking off that arm problem at the moment. Castle moves to 6 with a couple. Gardner will have strike. She's on 15, 229 for 5. 3 overs, 18 deliveries left. Well, a run of ball gets them to that 250. And that's got to be the bare minimum from this innings that they want.
Still a distance away, isn't it, the 250? Super piece of fielding by Katie George, who has saved a few runs in that area. 1 or 2 other fielders not going for the ball in quite the same way, and we've seen a couple go through the legs. But if you look at how dry the outfield is and how the ball is spitting off the earth as it begins to crack with the lack of water on the outfield, you can understand why fielding is a bit of an issue. As brief relief for the players as a cloud grows across the clouds county ground.
This is poorly named today, isn't it? It's a single to start the over. Gardner on to 16. Again, that's the matchup that really, I've got to say, the one where I thought that Gardner might really try and go after Smale, drag into the onside. Reverse sweep from Castle, gets it away fine, nicely done. Backward point with a long chase here. Ball's losing pace, but that bobbly outfield. Oh, that's a brilliant, brilliant piece of work by Holland to flick that back in, diving forward. That'll hurt as well on that parched outfield, as you said, cracking, scarred, I called it, the outfield here at Chelmsford. Leave a few scars and scratches on the elbows and knees, this one. That was a brilliant piece of work. They've run 3. Now, there's the first attempt to go onside from Gardner, coming down on a slog sweep. Question asked to the umpire, nothing doing. And that's what I'm expecting from...
Smale continues to bowl really well in the face of players looking to attack her.
Flatter delivery. Turned for the single once more. Yes, she's been outstanding, hasn't she? Absolutely outstanding. Promised a score check at the end of the last over. Sorry, I'll do it at the end of this.
You primed with the scores now.
Oh, yes.
Well done, that man.
What happened at the end of the last over? Something did that kept us talking. Was it the injury? Did
It was the injury, last ball.
This one's driven down to long on by Castle. She moves to 10, 1 to come of the over. Now, Smale still has an over left, but will she bowl the last over from the Hayes close end? We'll have to wait and see. Probably odds on she does. Only going at 3.3. That's the last ball of a 9th, and it's a dot ball, pushed straight to cover. Gardner remains on 17 from 25. Castle has 10 from 15, 235 from 5, and well, I said maybe they'd take 3 and leave the last 2. It is the last 2 now, so let's see where that goes. The run rate drops down against 4.9. The Southern Vipers have racked up 232 for 5 in the 43rd. So a similar score, just a little behind on the overs, so they've got time to go well beyond that 250 mark against the Lightning. That game being played at Derby, and 82 from Adams at the top. She's now gone. Windsor, Emily Windsor, no stranger to the mic on the commentaries across the country. Over the last few years, she's on 20, Norris with her on 12.
So that swung out. Nicely played in the end, but there is only a single.
I keep teeing up Gardner, don't I? Whether it's going to be this ball. I mean, that's the single for Castle. Gets Gardner on to strike.
Sunrisers fans are just saying, concentrate on your scorecard. Estimable Holland again, and it's heaved away into Cow Corner where they should get 2. And the very, that was a fabulous throw from Katie George, who's fielded superbly down in that quite deep mid-wicket, but that sort of sweeper position out in that vicinity.
Crunched it again, hasn't she? But just a single now. That's worn again. That bobbled nastily on Filer. Lauren Filer, is she all right? Yeah, just shakes off that right hand. It's that kind of day, isn't it? It's that kind of outfield at Chelmsford. Not nice for the fielders. Now, that other score, South East Stars all out for 198 against Thunder.
Naeem Holland, who really has changed things around since she came on. That's a really nice shot, though, and they'll certainly get 2. Good fielding, though, in the deep. Denies them any further runs.
Well, the 250's there for the taking now, isn't it? But how much further can they go?
Certainly they'd have had their eye on 280 earlier, and that still seems a bit far away. Swung away again, but it will only be a single to busy Katie George.
They just haven't been able to access the boundaries, have they? It's been mostly singles and 2s. But given the shortness of, well, even down the ground here, I think, as well. You can see the want has been there. Again, it's just a single for Gardner. On to 21. The want has been there to hit out, but she just hasn't been able to get the connection. So, 1 to go. 6 deliveries left. Will it be Smale? Will it be Spin to bowl the last over? Again, the suspicion would have to be yes, the way she's gone so far. But Holland finishes with 2 for 32 from her 7. Runs climbing to 4.6. I think she was only going at about 2.5 for her first.
Still not bad death bowling though, is it?
Oh no, absolutely amazing.
And to come on as the 7th bowler and then bowl those 7 overs off on the spin, and then to take the 2 crucial wickets as well. Well done the skip for bringing Neem Holland on.
Smale it is. Spin for the last over from the Hayes close end. Into the block hole. It's dug out. It's a single. They won't mind seeing Gardner off strike.
Clever bowling, isn't it? Brave bowling to give it the air, because obviously the batsmen are a bit concerned about giving her the charge. So she's bowling with a freedom in the last over that you don't normally get for a spinner.
Nice use of the feet. Now, they'll think about 2 here. Back they come. It's good running. Gardner was alert. She went early. Castle gets a couple.
And I think that's really clever batting. If you can't go for 4, there are gaps. Go for 2 is better than 1.
Now, will there be 2 on this? I don't think so. They'll settle on the 1. 3 to go of the innings. Haven't seen that big heave-ho just yet from either of these. Tried to hit hard, but we haven't seen the almighty launch. Surely going to come now. Long on's back, deep mid-wicket's back. There's a mid-wicket up on the single. I wonder, is that an area that Gardner will look at, trying to go over the mid-wicket? Down the track, over mid-wicket, and there it is at last. Huge shot into the onside. 6 runs for Gardner. As I said, she's very capable of hitting it towards those flats. That one stays inside the ground. But 250's up.
First 6 of the innings with 2 balls to go.
There it is at last. Just wondered, those 5 wickets, as it slowed these 2. Because it was always there for Gardner, there and over the mid-off fielder, knowing the way that she bats.
I think there's been very good bowling as well, because as you were saying, with 5 overs to go, be steady for the next 2, 2.5, and they weren't able to accelerate in that 49th over.
2 balls to go. That'll just be a single down to long on. Gardner done. She moves to 29 from 31. Pretty good strike rate from her. That's 6 all of a sudden catching it up. As I said, it can catch up in a flash from Gardner. They've got the 250. That was what they bare minimum needed. What can the skipper find off the last ball? Crunches it straight to extra cover and gone. Smale ends with 2 for 40 from her 10. Outstanding bowling from the slow left armour. Castle's gone for 17 and the Sunrisers are 254 for 6. Well, it's the minimum they would have wanted, I'd say. The partnership of 148 for the first innings was outstanding, but picking up Castle for 17 at the end. Caught Luff, bowled Smale, perhaps sums up the back 20 of that innings a little for the Sunrisers.
It does, and that moment summed up for the Western Storm as well, because when she was on 38, Griffith was dropped by Morris, a most presentable catch, and then Morris made the changes in the tweaked the bowling attack to excellent effect, and then takes the final catch, and from being, well, 148 before the first wicket went down, and that there was still plenty of time left then as well. 254, I think you're right when you said it was a bare minimum as far as the Sunrisers are concerned, but as people have said, waited a long time for a victory, the Sunrisers, and you have to learn to win in many ways.
I think what it means is they're going to have a good game. They're not out of sight. They're not out of sight. We'll see. We'll take a break here on the stream. Do join us back for the chase. 2:55. I think it's going to be a good game of cricket on a short boundary as it is here at Chelmsford on a fast-scoring ground as ever. It's not going to be one that I don't think the Storm will ever feel out of, but equally it's a big enough target that even with a flying start, the Sunrisers will feel they can peg them back. Join us back in a little while on the stream. Guy Swindles and myself, Kevin Hand, with the commentary for this one. The target for Storm is 2:55.
On you, on you, on you, on you, on you, on you. Showing the celebration. Tight you can, tight you can, tight you can. There we go, there we go. Loving all that. Loving all that. Loving all that. Loving it all, loving it all, loving it all. And replaying. On you, on you, on you, on you, on you, on you. Showing the celebration. Tight you can, tight you can, tight you can. There we go, there we go. Loving all that. Loving all that. Loving all that. Loving it all, loving it all, loving it all.
gorgeous looking mooses.
It's like eating clouds at the Cloud Stadium. Slightly forced, that one. This is a really good over from Maddie Velliers. Absolutely top over. 11 for 1. They tried to look to attack. She saw them when they were coming. And after the innings started with a superb boundary, so 4 off the first ball, after 4 overs it's 11 for 1.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what that wicket does to matters here. Whether it slows things down in the power play. Long leg and third, the 2 fielders back, deep third and long leg. Slip in place again for Luff at the start of her innings. Oh, wide ball. Again, it's the ploy and the plan well set. Executing it just means that solid line and length, relentless on the top of off. There's no room outside width at all here for Kopak to the right-hander, otherwise that ball will fly.
No, absolutely right. And she was just loosening her shoulders as she got ready for this next delivery.
That's better. Singles just fine of Tatani, who took the catch.
That was good for Tatani because she was out for just a single and would have been disappointed to have missed out with the bat.
Well, doubly disappointed, missed out on the London Cup as well, one of those that had sitted out. So, yeah, she'll be looking to make up with it with the ball. Pacey left arm seamers. Well, there's that offside field in play. Slip coming out to reinforce the offside for Griffiths. It's a nice sound off the bat. Straight into the web of fielders on the offside inside the circle. All on the edge apart from extra cover, which is the skipper Cross, who is there for anything that is lofted towards her. Just in that little bit closer than the others who are all on the edge. Beautifully bowled again from Kopak. It's a good start here from the Sunrisers. They will be very, very happy. That wicket taken. What have we seen? Just one boundary so far? I don't think we've seen a second, have we?
One boundary from the first ball.
Yeah, that's it.
But although it's a good wicket, certainly I'm not sure there's an absolute run feast in it.
That's good work from Maksud. Really good indeed. Saves 3. They've got through for a single. Had that have got past her, there would have been no catch in it. 14 for 1. Yeah, it's the size of the boundaries, I guess, and also this parched outfield. I mean, as well, you can see it down below us here at the river end. That rope is a long way in. So as soon as it's past the infield...
Yeah, it's 1 or 4, unless you place it beautifully.
Down the leg side. It took a little something. You heard the noise on the effects mic. Just pad on the way through to the keeper. That's a very good stop by Amara Carthen, who saved 4 byes there. Leg byes.
No, it's there's an energy about the Sunrisers in the field, which is, considering how hot it is for one thing, but also that wicket has really, really lifted the mood, and the fact that the 2 opening bowlers are bowling so well and even get away with a pretty ordinary full toss. Just turn around the corner, but only for a single.
Well, that's the difficulty, isn't it? And I think Sunrisers, to some extent, end of the over. It's 15 for 1 after 5. Good start here from Sunrisers. I think they perhaps are a little guilty of it as well. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm doing too harsh now. Just thinking of that boundary count. She said it's a strange one here. In one way, you could look at it and think, well, there'll be runs galore. But in another way, it's perfectly possible for the bowlers, if they bowl well, to try the runs up.
Because there's still some green in. There's virtually no green on the outfield, but there is on the wicket. So just to keep the bowlers interested. And Maddie Villiers to continue again, looking to move her feet the batter, but good fielding once again, just the dot ball. And the pressure continues to build.
Yeah, De Villiers in that key mid-wicket position there. Sorry, De Villiers, Datani, Naomi Datani in that key mid-wicket position. A gun fielder, she's a gun at everything she does, isn't she? Bat and ball. Three dot balls to start the over.
Yeah, and at the moment, Stormer looking to attack. They're trying desperately to attack. But Sophie Luff hasn't yet got to the pitch of it. She probably will this time, obviously. But even then, she can only drift it up for a single. And the stumps are hit, but she was in by a distance.
She was. Well, that's the thing. They've got to just find the singles at the moment, haven't they? Just try and nudge and nurdle, create the angles.
Much less obvious foot movement from Griffiths. Alex Griffiths racing through the overs, and you suddenly turn around and there's a ball left from the over. You've only got a couple of runs from it. Villiers in again. Griffiths, all she can do is defend, and that's another absolutely terrific over. Just the one run coming from it, and 16 for 1 after 6. Defending the power play, man, very well indeed at the moment.
Yeah, outstanding. But how can Kopak go? Once more from the River End, 1 for 11 off her 3. Villiers none for 5 off 3, and this is a brilliant start. Let's check those scores elsewhere, see how they finished those other innings and how they started the chases in the other trophy matches today. Kopak gets that one back, just a nip back slightly on Luff, just tucked her up for room, works the single, find it to Tiny at mid-wicket. Let's see, Thunder are 31 for 1 in the 8th. Dotting's gone, Boyce and Duckworth still there, chasing 199 to beat the South East Stars. Chloe Brewer with 49 at the top, Smith and unbeaten 73, all being played at Southport. Oh, inside edge down to long leg. Single more to the total, and the Vipers finished their 50 overs on 294 for 6. They were always just slightly ahead of this game, weren't they, in terms of the runs per over. Adams with 82 at the top scoring. Reply for Lightning yet to begin in that one at Derby.
One or two tight finishes you could expect around the country, given the first innings scores. And one we're expecting to be tight here is Katie Kopak, looking for that ball with a bit of width, but not a wide, goes a little too far, and this time is called by Rob White.
Lancashire Lightning are through to the final with the Vitality Blast, 75 from Jennings at the top, 63 unbeaten for Dame Villas. Yorkshire go out. Cola Cadmore top scored with 66. That's a nice line and length again. Solid defence from Luff. 50 as well from Thompson there, but Lancashire powering home to win by 6 wickets. Chasing 205 to win. 208 they had on the board at the end.
It is remarkable how the scores keep going up in T20, don't they? 200 used to be, wow. Now it's probably 20 runs shy. That will be another wide. Just losing the radar a little bit there.
Did you do the Middlesex opening game in the Blast this year at Radlett when they hit their record score of 229? And at the interval, everybody thought, having hit their record score, Middlesex, might be about 20 light there.
No, I watched the next game there on the back of that, expecting a run fest, and both teams got about 160. Hampshire, I think, easing to victory. James Vince.
Oh yes, yeah, they'd hit their record partnership the game before, hadn't they? For the Open, or the record partnership the game before for Hampshire, and then they beat it again.
Yeah.
And they are in the semi-final now, aren't they? Hampshire against Somerset. 2:30 start. News of the toss. Hampshire won the toss, decided to bat. You'd almost think we knew what we were doing up here, Guy.
Well, one of us does. That's nicely played out into the covers for a single.
Or is that half
a
each? Adds
no,
to
no,
one.
no. I'm giving you the full one. So despite those two wides, this is still pretty tidy over on the whole from Kate Kopak. Who has put in a good stint at the top of this innings. That time she got the width exactly right. And despite two wides, I think there were only 4 runs from the over. It's 24-1 after 7.
Yeah, 1 for 15 she is now.
Which is a terrific effort, though not quite as good as Villiers' 3 overs for 5 thus far.
No, very good. Very, very good. From Sunrisers, it's how and when they make the change, actually. In this heat as well. Kopak's done 4. Will she come back for a 5th? Villiers off a couple of paces. She can keep going, can't she? As long as the runs are down. I mean, they're really bogging them down here in the power play. Just the 2 allowed back outside the inner circle. Deep mid-wicket and deep square. Let's push back nicely, but only as far as mid-on. It's watchfully done.
No, neither team's been able to take full toll in the power play. Certainly Sunrisers were ahead of Western Storm at this stage, but even so. And that's chipped up. It should be a catch, and it is a catch. It's nicely taken over ahead by Abtahar Maqsood, and a second wicket. And things looking altogether better. Villiers deserved that wicket. She's bowled absolutely beautifully so far. She now has the rather ridiculous figures of 1 for 5 in her 4th over, and a big wicket to fall as well.
Wow, 148 put on for the opening stand by Sunrisers.
And it is a catch.
2 down in the power play, with only 20 on the board. Storm, and pressure will grow here. We did say that, look, you know, even if they don't get off to a flying start, they'll never feel fully out of it. But the required rate has climbed to 5.5 already. The current's only 2.7, and in the power play.
Absolutely. No, superb bowling, nicely taken, as we saw a couple of absolutely extraordinary catches from Western Storm, but also a couple of drops that they won't want to watch again. But that was made to look very comfortable indeed by Abtahar Maqsood.
Incoming batter, Fran Wilson.
Fran Wilson, no stranger at all. And yeah, played here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup earlier in the summer for Storm against Sunrisers. A victory as it was for Storm that night. Quite the dramatic victory as well. We won't linger on it too much. Neither Sunrisers fans or Storm fans need reminding for either reason. Or for both reasons, I should say. But Villiers having a happier time at the moment and in amongst the wickets now.
Yes, proving desperately difficult to get away. The decision to go with the spinner at the top of the innings, paying dividends as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. And that's driven up to extra cover, but there is no run. And Villiers will continue to twirl away from the Hayes close end. The attempted sweep gets something on it and gets it very fine. That will go all the way. In the end, it turned out to be a really good shot. Just drifting a little to middle and leg. and only the second boundary of the innings gets something on it, and Wilson is off the mark.
Still keeping the slip in place, Sunrisers. Third wicket now would be massive, wouldn't it?
That was dragged a little bit shorter and slightly lucky to get away with that. It was moaned to extra cover for a mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, it's got short the last two balls. Actually, the previous one, I don't know if it was the arm ball, dragged down a little bit more into the over. Either way, 24 for 2 after 8s, but they had both mid-wicket and deep mid-wicket in place, didn't they, for those last couple of deliveries. Whether it was a ploy, see if they hit out again. Difficult position here for Storm, how they play this now. Castle having a long chat there with Kopak at the start of her 5th over, 1 for 15 so far.
Well, I guess while Sophie Luff's there, there's still every chance. There's no need to panic yet. And as we were talking about with Lizzie McLeod when she was on air earlier, this is the long form of the game as far as the women are concerned now. So fine, 10 overs goes by, difficult. If they're only 2 down after 10 overs, there's still plenty of time left, considering how much T20 and 100 that they play, that they'll still feel they've got plenty of time to track down those runs. So there won't be any panic as yet. But another dot ball will continue to keep the pressure going, and Kopak is kept on for a 5th successive over, which I have to say is pretty near the max as the temperature continues to build here.
What did Holland bowl at the back end? Was it 7 on the bounce?
7 on the bounce. Don't think it was quite as hot as this. There's a wide, it just gets the angle wrong. She's been looking for that, make it difficult to hit outside off stump, and a couple of times has just overdone it.
That's just the post-lunch snooze getting to you, Guy.
Yeah, at my age.
Feels hotter.
It's the highlight
Feels
of the
more
day.
Really tight game out there at the moment. It's almost a first-class game, isn't it? The way they're playing, line of length, top of off.
Well, again, it's that this is the long form, and it's a really interesting way of watching the 50 over game in the women's game. And at the moment, you're absolutely right. It's keep wickets in hand for later on to attack. The bowlers on or around that off stump, just keep peppering it with the occasional variation just to keep the batsman interested. But at the moment, another string of dot balls. That was Fuller, and that could get through. And once it gets through, it's away. And that was just slightly over-pitched on that occasion by Kate Kopak. On it very quickly indeed was Sophie Luff, and that is 4 runs. And that could get a welcome release of the handbrake as far as Western Storm are concerned.
That was a cracking shot, wasn't it? Nicely put away, really beautifully timed.
And placed, because there are fielders there to try and stop that.
Back to the length that they're looking to maintain here. Hard to hit it away off that length.
It really is. It's the best they've managed to just turn it round the corner, but even so, the fielders are on it so quickly that there's no chance of a tip and run either.
Well, that again is where we've seen those wides down the leg side, isn't it? Because they're trying to keep it straight on that length. There's, of course, scoring options if it's wide. And off the stumps.
Oh, great piece of fielding. Absolutely brilliant piece of fielding out in the deep to keep that down to a single. But runs coming on that over. And the score goes up to 30 for 2 from 9.
Yep, it's a sticky start for the Storm. So 1 over left of the power play. The Duckworth-Lewis pass score, which the only reason that would come into play is because of the extreme heat.
I was going to say, all those rain clouds overhead.
Too hot to play. 59.
Ah, yes, so some way behind.
Last over the power play.
And that's over-pitched by Maddie Villiers and is punched away. It was interesting earlier that you felt the Sunrisers
59.
did leave some runs behind. There were a couple of, a few full tosses that weren't put away, and that's over-pitched. That was clinical. First time probably Maddie Villiers has over-pitched away.
It's better. Oh, a little bit of football. Kicked back along the ground from square leg by Rogers. Oh, this is good bowling again. Uses the feet just to defend it from Luff. Sharply taken single again. Oh, and it burst through. Put the pressure on the fielder.
And they end up with 2. What was should have been a very tight 1 became a very comfortable 2.
It's just the long game now for Storm, isn't it? Hang in there, rebuild, get a partnership going. They need some big contributions from individuals here. It's the end of the power play. 10 done, 36 for 2. And not what Storm needed at the start of this innings. Run rate up to 5.5 already, the requirement. The current's just climbed to 3.6 with the pair of them. Wilson 4 from 4. 17. Faced 28, was that? I think I saw it. Yep.
I don't think at the same stage that Sunrisers were too far ahead of this. I think they were in the early 40s after 10, but with a 0 next to the score.
Yeah, we always talk about in 2020 cricket that you can gamble 2 in the power play, no more. It's not quite the same. You can't put that rule into play at all in List A.
Well, we have the Manhattan, apparently.
Early Manhattan.
It's quite a good idea, isn't it? On a lovely hot day, nice cold glass. But you can see that there was rather more all or nothing about the overs scored from, as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. It's a more consistent skyscraper view as far as Western Storm go.
And here's Scrivens, who went nicely here against Storm in the Charlotte Edwards.
Well, it's remarkable. She's played in 3 matches. She's scored more than 150 runs. She's already taken 8 wickets, so she's the leading run scorer and the leading wicket taker in the competition. Be nice if the rest of the team could get her that win, wouldn't it? I feel she kind of deserves it.
Yeah, I don't want to linger on that T20 game here at Chelmsford between these two, but Villiers the clear, Scrivens the clear player of the match.
As she was last time out against Northern Lightning.
How she ended up on the losing side that night, nobody knows.
Now, I think the fact that they do have some very good spinners in their ranks is going to stand the Sunrisers in very good stead from everything we've seen from this match so far.
feels like there's a really tight grip on this game at the moment from Sunrisers. It may well be a Storm victory come 5 o'clock tonight, but yeah, it feels at the moment like it's an incredibly vice-like grip that they have on this. Wouldn't even call it cat and mouse at the moment, would you? It's just heaped on pressure from Sunrisers and Storm just resisting.
Yeah, there's a lot of cat and not very much mouse.
The animal analogies are going well today, Guy.
Sorry,
Keep it up.
yeah, it's living in the country.
It's a home venue for you, this, isn't it?
It is. It is. I was raised in Essex. Down the road a bit, Saffron, just outside Saffron Walden.
Well, I wasn't going to sell you down the river and tell everybody that, but
No, I went down the river a long time ago.
Maqsood into the attack.
Now, she is a bowler I really do like watching.
Yes, took a wicket with her first ball against Storm in that T20 game. And an absolute ripper of a ball it was as well.
I like the fact she's unafraid of setting her field. There is one patch of shade underneath the trees and the stand as it stands at Cow Corner, and the fielders try and stay there, and they're forever being moved by the captain and the bowler out of the one patch of shade in the entire ground.
Not a wicket first ball today.
No, a little bit short.
Fielders after her own heart, Sky.
Oh.
Into the shade.
Brilliant piece of fielding out on the boundary to keep that down to 1.
It was. Still got the slip in place. That tells you everything at the moment for Sunrisers. Cordelia Griffiths crashed down.
Hasn't quite got it right as yet, but has got away with 2 now.
That's the beauty at the moment for Sunrisers. They can almost ease themselves into the spells, can't they? The pressure's on Storm.
That's it.
Yeah, had a stretch in for that one. Danger for Storm as well, as we full well know. Bad balls take wickets.
Yes.
So I think they've just got to be thinking the long game at the moment, barely ball by ball, just the long game of this innings. Into the block hole and dug out. Yeah, she hasn't quite settled on her health yet, Maqsood.
That's not a bad delivery to be able to chuck in though. Just pitching it a little further up. Batsman's eyes light up. Batter's eyes light up.
In the air, gone! A backward
Great
point!
catch!
Wilson's gone for 6. And Mia Rogers, I think it is, that's held on. But Maqsood strikes in her first over. 39 for 3.
It was Mia Rogers, didn't she do well? Diving forward. And that's, they've had 3 chances, they've taken them all so far, the Sunrisers. Batter's eyes light up. It was wide. She had to look to chop it away and could only
Wilson's
top
gone
edge
for
it
6.
to that point position.
And Mia Rogers, I think it is, that's held on.
What a
Maqsood strikes in her
start
first
this is
over. 39
for
for
the
3.
Sunrisers. It was Mia Rogers, didn't she do well? 39 for 3 in the 12th over now. Western Storm. They do still have Sophie Luff there.
They do. Wilson's a huge wicket though, isn't she? Absolutely huge. And pressure's mounted, and Morris, who had that blow to the back of the head when falling backwards, trying to take a catch in the Sunrisers innings. Mara Carr it was, I think, that cleared her. Only just, but out she comes. And it's a headache all right for Storm at the moment. 3 down. 1 ball to go, the 12th. That required rate pushing towards 6. Sounds manageable, that required rate, but at the moment singles have been hard to come by, just as hard to come by as the boundaries.
And we saw that in the Sunrisers innings as well, from the best base possible. It's quite hard to accelerate on this wicket.
Beautiful to end the over from Maqsood. 12 bowled, 39 for 3. Storm in big trouble here at Chelmsford.
Maqsood making an immediate impact. 4 bowlers have been used, 3 of them spinners. A very definite plan taking shape here. No.
I mean, the difficulty is, again, you know, you say look long. If they bat out their overs, do they win this one? No, not necessarily. And I guess, like I say, it really needs one batter to get in here. Just find those angles for the singles. The occasional bad ball to put away as well once you're in. But it's keeping that strike rotating at the moment.
Indeed. It's shorter and quicker from Scrivens, but once again fielded well. Excellent one bounce thrown to the wicketkeeper. There's only a single. I guess as long as Sophie Luff is there, they know there is danger in the room still.
There you go, there's that plan bowling to again, just hitting a good length. Saying to Storm, go on, top of off stump, where are you going to hit it?
I have to say the fielding has been excellent as well from the Sunrisers. They've stopped runs, taken all the catches.
Well, that's absolutely right. They've been good catches as well, haven't they? Really good catches.
Catching today, apart from I think there was one drop by Sophie Luff of all people. There were 2 absolute wonderful catches in the Sunrisers innings as well. Oh, the wicketkeeper's lost it. Oh! Wicketkeeper lost it.
I don't think she'd have got there. I don't think she'd have got there. What is it? Short, a backward point coming around to short third. But Carr was spinning in circles at the moment. The cry was catch it. She didn't know where it had gone, the top edge.
I think if she'd seen where it immediately went, there was an outside chance of getting there. But once she'd stepped the wrong way, one of those spinning shots, that's well dug out.
Yeah, Naomi Tatani down below is doing the fielding, having been dropped back to long on for Luff. Up for Morris. Extraordinarily difficult today to find the runs.
Yeah,
for Storm.
I know.
42 for 3.
Which, looking at the weather, looking at everything else, you'd have thought that it would be a true run fest today. But instead, both sides have battled at times, particularly against spin, to really get the scoreboard motoring. Sunrisers, probably when they were 2-5-4 in their 50 overs, thought they might have left 20 overs out there, 20 runs out there.
Yeah.
But it's looking better and better at the moment.
Well, it is, yeah. Now, wide signal down the leg side. It bounced out of the gloves of Carr to Griffith at slip. And they all asked, how's that? Did it come off something through to Carr before heading to Griffith?
You always feel a bit for the leggy when they bowl that. It did pitch outside leg stump, but it turned back over off stump, admittedly past. Yeah, it was a wide because it went down the leg side too far before turning sideways.
I can say that first ball she delivered earlier in the season was a ripper. Cries catch, but it's sweetly struck. Single out to cover. Good chat around the field out there from Sunrisers. Chirpy, so it's in his first swim. Not there yet, but the bowling performance is certainly doing all it can after what is looking an even better performance with the bat now. Which is what you were just touching on, Guy. We were questioning about the ability to hit out. Gardner in particular, who you know is capable. Swept fine, just will get through for the single, but...
Again, Gardner, not middled.
No, indeed. When Gardner only got that 1-6 away, towards the end of the innings, when she had a clear run up at it, didn't she?
And that was her only boundary.
And this puts it into perspective now, I think, watching this start by Storm. Perhaps a little trickier out there today than we'd have suspected. And suspected by their own good start, Sunrisers.
Yeah, well, it was interesting because I, again, questioned Lizzie McLeod about batting first. Didn't you want to do the chasers? Seems to be the popular decision these days. I said, no, we've had a look. Ooh. Given us a wide.
Interesting call at the moment, the right one from... Oh, there'll be another one. Overcompensates down the leg side, McSue.
Yeah, no, I don't have any problem with the leg side wide, but I thought the offside wide was tight.
Yeah. Frustration there from Sophie Luff. You can just see her replay it with the bottom hand alone, not even holding the bat, just that push, that force into the offside. Struggle to get it away, to pierce the infield today. Good again from McSue. Shoveled really into the onside by Luff. Nothing more at the end of the over. 8:48 for 3 after 14.
It's good bowling. It really is good bowling. Yes, there have been a couple of wides, but looking to do the right thing, looking to give it a rip, looking to get the batsman under more pressure, given that they've got a few, not many, but a few runs to play with. Hence why the slip staying in and just keeping that pressure on.
Well, it's hard to see them breaking this holes that Sunrisers have. Required rates very nearly hit 6.
Scrivens in again. And oof. That was close.
How do you manage the chase from here? 7 wickets. Morris, pretty new to the crease. Luff's 21 from 38. And she's going at a strike rate of 50 when they're requiring a run a ball. There's one attempt at it. Paddle scoop attempted by Morris. They've got to try something. They've got to find a way here. They've got to, and it's interesting because Luff immediately comes to have a chat with her, but that's clearly what was just going on in the head of Morris. How do you go about it from here? What have you got to do? Luff's got an idea. She's got a plan, and she's relaying that to Morris now.
In again, but back and defending. This ages me, but I remember Graham Gooch playing in India once, and he said, right, all I'm going to do is sweep. All I'm going to do is sweep. I'm going to sweep everything. And it's a shot we haven't seen much from either team so far today. That is short, and that's thumped away. That was just allowed to first loose delivery and very quickly onto the batter and a good shot. But that is short, and that's thumped 50 away. Comes up in the 15th over.
That was a welcome release of pressure, wasn't it? The manner of it as well, to be able to power something away.
But yes, we haven't seen a lot of the sweepers and attack on the spinners so far. Good follow-up, though, from Scrivens' next ball. And even with the boundary, it's still not quite up with the run rate.
Scrivens is going at 2.7 per over. None for 8 from 3. The innings rate is 3.5. The required 5.8. The Duckworth-Lewis is 92. And Storm at 52 for 3 here at Chelmsford.
How hot does it have to get before they would think about stopping play, I wonder? When you think of certain matches in India and
well, indeed,
Australia.
Yeah. Something rings a bell of a game that was stopped for heat in the subcontinent not too many years ago.
That wasn't the best delivery Tahar Maqsood has ever bowled, and was given the treatment. Fielder tried, that wasn't level best to try and stop it. But no, that would be interesting to find out if there is is an upper limit, particularly with what's due on Monday and Tuesday.
Next round of the County Championship starts on Tuesday. Middlesex, one of the stakeholders in Sunrisers at Lords against Sussex. Both of us are there for that guy. I'm pretty glad we're not going to be in a tent on Tuesday, I must say.
No, I agree.
Oh, that's turned and bounced. Good from Maqsood, very good.
Maqsood does give it a rip, doesn't? Even on a wicket that we've seen very little spin on, she is still managing to extract turn, and quite quickly with that delivery as well. Certainly that will hang around in the back of the batter's mind. Feet are used to try and ensure no more sharp turn, but Maqsood fields well off her own bowling.
Well, we're about to find out how loud that fan is. Perhaps a little too loud, guy.
I just thought that someone was doing some mowing in the background. Oh, it is nice though, isn't it? Does that air conditioner... Kevin's hair is now standing on end. We're trying to... it's quite warm in the commentary box here. And Kevin is trying fans, he's trying air conditioning units, but they all sound as if Saturn 15 is about to take off, so...
I think we're more likely to cook our burgers on that air conditioning unit up there. That'll be on fire in a minute, that thing. The fan...
The fan's good at that level.
The fan, there you go, I've put it on a medium level there, so...
Yeah, I think the high, probably not.
The roof might take off the commentary box here.
Maqsood's over comes to the end. 56 now for 3 after 16.
It's actually not too bad. We've done the regular commentary position here of standing up at the back of the box. So that's pushed back by Morris. There's no run. Oh, your spot, actually, the sun's coming around towards you now, isn't it? You're in trouble. I need to move around a little bit for you, don't I? You had the good spot to begin with.
Or I move forward in just this little bit here.
This has turned into the onside for a dot ball again by Morris on 6.
I just suddenly realised that no one can actually see what I'm doing, so what I'm saying is nonsense as usual.
Standing into the shade, that's what
Standing into the shade, that's what
I can imagine you're at Cow Corner now under that tree. This ball's dabbed towards cover by Morris. There's no run, 56 for 3. No one out there at the moment, the only fielders in the deep, there's no shade for them.
The last bit of shade has just disappeared from the entire ground.
Well, you could stand on the advertising board and walk in over the rope, couldn't you, each ball, I suppose. This ball's short, goes up in the air, but safe. Deep mid-wicket, we mentioned those two fielders in the deep. They are in front of the pavilion at the moment. Deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. One or two have ventured to the top tier. Are there more up on the top tier than there were before? The majority of fans are below in the shade. That way to our right.
I was worried there weren't many people here till I actually went around the ground, and of course most people are being sensible and staying in the bottom section of the grandstand.
Any bit of shade we sort out today. You'd hope there'd be a little breeze that whips through there as well, but there's barely a movement at all of any of those branches or leaves on the tree at the river end behind us.
This is another really good over.
Just the one off it. 57 for 3 after 17.
And it's when you decide you've got to accelerate, isn't it? That's the big decision. How long can we afford to defend?
So 57 for 3. Well, the target to win is below 200. 255. The Storm have been set. That's a full bunger, and that helps. 4 more. Slips out from the wrist spin of Maqsood. 61 for 3. Morris has 11. That's a full bunger, and that helps. 4 more. Slips out from the wrist spin of Maqsood. Welcome words from the skipper as well, Luff. Just getting the partnership going. Solid defence once more. To win on the board says 94. I'm sure they mean 194. Wishful thinking for Storm at the moment. There's a long way to go. Toe into the bat, push back by Morris. No run, 61 for 3 it remains. Good response this from Maqsood after that boundary first ball, midway through the 18th now. Oh, that's beautifully timed. Pressure on the fielder and pressure that will tell. Lovely whip by Morris. Very full delivery. That's not an easy shot to play at all, especially against the wrist spinner. To get that timing almost out of the block hole and whip the ball away through mid-wicket.
Beautifully timed.
Tremendous shot. She's on to 15. Storm are 65 for 3.
Lovely whip.
2 boundaries out of 4 deliveries in the over. A little bit of pressure here now on Maqsood. It's nicely played into the onside. Defensively, watchfully done. And a nice line of length again from Maqsood, forcing that. Caution from Morris. Just waded on it and eased it away. Last ball of the over. And a good finish once more. That wasn't eased away so nonchalantly on that occasion. Just rocking back Morris. Watchfully pushes back up the track. 65 for 3. Morris has 15. Luff has 25. She'll have the strike. The required rate still just knocking on the door of 6 and over. 3.6 is the current run rate. Bit of flight and a forward defence, fielded an extra cover. 65 for 3. Scrivens now into a 5th over, just the 9 runs conceded. There's the 10th, single down to long on and Datani. Morris on to 16. That's well played. Angle bat, soft hands. I'll pick up a single, thinking about the second, but just the one. It's interesting. You almost think that ball's away quicker here at Chelmsford today because of the parched outfield. It feels like it should just be skidding away, skipping away.
On you now, on you now.
Respectfully played once more. Scrivens, the youngster. Top form here, 4.4, just 11 gone off her bowling so far. Oh, drops that one short. Luff will feel she missed out slightly. There are 2 set back in the deep, 2 in close as well at square and mid-wicket. Luff knows she's going to have to be there the majority of this innings if Storm are to get close. Oh, the cry's yes. Griffith with the throw. Single taken. End of the over. 63 for 8, 19 gone. And that required rate has finally hit 6. I mean, just about keeping it below up to now. Started at 5s. 255 their chase. Now Maqsood's done after those 2 boundaries off her last 2 over, the first and the 4th ball being hit away, and it's going to be Kelly Castle to bring herself into the attack. Bowling the 20th from the Hayes close end. Good line and length. He's away into the offside though. To backward point. And he thought of a single. It was Rogers there, who's sharp. Luff comes to have a chat with Morris. Nudges away at the surface as well. At least feel like they're giving them something to play with now, Storm, with this partnership. Oh, that loops up into the offside. Pace off from Castle on that. Very nearly dragging Luff into something that wasn't there. Single taken. Good from Castle. Right on the spot again. Not the connection that she was looking for. Fielded it. Mid-wicket by Naomi Ditani. 69 for 3. Oh, it's gone, is it? No, it's it's down. That would have been a great catch by Ditani. She had one grab at it, one-handed. My goodness me, that would have been stunning. Morris survives. Ditani managed to get a hand on it, but not hold on. Flicked in the air. Down. Saved a boundary. Saved 4 runs. Back up the track by Morris. No run. End of the 20th. 69 for 3 Storm. They are a long, long way behind here. They need another 186 from the back 30 at 6.2. Only going at 5.5. Luff's 28 holding things together. Morris nearly falling that over for 16. This partnership gives some hope, but it's a long, long way back. Just one off the first over from Castle. Would have been a great Scrivens catch 12 off her 5. It's well run. Ditani coming up. Just a single. But, that's what they've got to do. Just try and find a way. Not easy this for Storm at all. Not easy at all. Scrivens, what's she doing? Deep backward squares coming around. Well, almost around to a deep backward square. Was a long leg, maybe a wide long leg. Now to a deep square. Cordelia Griffith sent the other side of the square leg umpire as a result. It's going fine up with the umpire. In fact, they've all gone straighter on the onside. Deep mid-wicket's now gone a lot straighter as well. This one goes short and goes up in the air, and deep mid-wicket's well positioned. Just a single. 70 for 3, Luff. Back onto strike. Morris moves to 17. Cut away, sweepers out. Offside as well, just a single. Luff's on to 30, Morris has 17. The wind's picked up at Chelmsford. That's a relief to all. I don't think it's just our heavy-duty fan at the back of the box either. I think, yeah, looking at the trees, rustling away outside, a bit of respite blows through Chelmsford. Little respite with the ball though. That one's turned to mid-wicket, another dot ball. Just 3 off the over so far, 1 to come of it. That required rate having just about slowly nudged towards 6. It's now rapidly approaching 6.5. And another dot ball to end the over. 72 for 3 after 21. 183 to win. 3.5 is the current run rate. 6.3 the required. And all to do here at Chelmsford for Storm. Now, Morris just got the fizzy out for a moment. Is this still feeling the... let's try to see what it is. A painkiller that's been handed over? I think it is. Painkiller and a drink. Is this still the effects, perhaps, of that blow to the head earlier on? Yeah, pops a pill of some description anyway. And could, of course, be hay fever on a day like this, but I'd suspect, perhaps, more to do with what happened earlier. Scores elsewhere. Lightning are 58 for 2, chasing 295 to beat the Vipers. That's after 13 overs. Bryce has 27 at the top, holding things together at Derby for Lightning. Use of the feet, dabbed into the onside by Luff and a dot ball. South East Stars 198 all out, Thunder 88 for 3. Push back into the offside once more, a dot ball. Scores from finals day as well, where Lancashire are already through to the final. Hampshire 111 for 2 in the 11th over against Somerset. Thinking 2 here, it's just a single. Luff's on 31, 73 for 3. McDermott 31 and Vince 20. Guy and I were having a chat about those earlier. Press 26, Weatherly 21. 111 for 2 in the 11th. So big scores at Edgbaston today by the looks of it in both semi-finals incoming. Somerset, of course, they went mad, didn't they, in the group stage? Or in fact, it was the quarter-final, wasn't it? Now, speaking of going mad, sweep up into the air and 4. Doesn't quite go all the way. Went with it into the leg side. Morris went hard, deep square setback, just got it fine at the fielder. She knew she'd be safe. Nobody in that region at all. Now, 1 bounce and 4 it was in the end. Up into the air Morris into the 20s. Storm 77 for 3. Just finding a boundary every now and again to keep them just about keep themselves in it, Storm. It's driven hard, only to Griffith as extra cover. No one back on the offside, although that's just changed. Mid-off and extra cover are up. Deep cover drops back. There's a backward point and a short third. Deep backward square leg now as a result of that last slog sweep into the onside. Deep mid-wicket, orthodox mid-wicket and long on. It's driven away out to deep mid-wicket for a single by Morris. Moves to 22, 78 for 3. End of the over. 22 bowled, 28 to come. 177 to win, Storm 78 for 3. Wind has picked up massively here at Chelmsford, which is an absolute delight. Chelmsford, that's great. I said Cheltenham for a moment, which is an absolute delight. That's why I was thinking of a delight. Cheltenham's always a delight, isn't it? Oh, there goes the back door. That's how much the wind has picked up. Sides back in action next Saturday. A 7-day break. They might need it after this heat, even with this breeze at the moment. In Scrivens. Drop short. Dragged into the onside by Sets. mid-wicket and Deep, but Deep is able to get around, hold them to a single though. Sharp work along sharply angled boundaries here at Chelmsford. To the point where Deep mid-wicket retreats now. You could almost put a corner flag in there. It's 90 degrees almost. As this one's short, outside off stump, let go and a wide signalled. Luff knew that one was just dragged down by Scrivens. Oh, scorers. They dozed off in the heat. Let's have a look. There they go, signalling now. 80 for 3. Down the track comes Luff. Optimistic from Scrivens. Ball to flex away back with a point. Two to come of the over. 3 in fact. The wide. Nice bit of flight. Almost yorked herself. Luff as she'd advanced to that one, pushes it back to the bowler and there's no run. Not short. Punched away, sweepers back, single it is. Luff to 32, Storm to 81 for 3. Approaching the halfway point of the chase. 81 on the board, 174 more required. It's worked. Out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Norris on to 24. That is the end of the 23rd. 26, 27. Still to bowl. 82 for 3, 173 more. It's a long, long way. Hard toil out there for both. Sunrisers in the heat. Storm under the pressure of this scoreboard at the moment. Castle, he takes off the cap. Well, be pretty pleased with the match situation at the moment. Only gone for 7 off her 2 overs. Required rate. Again, you'd imagine by the end of this over, unless something spectacular happens, we'll have hit 6.5. It is starting to get out of control a little bit by the time it's up and over 7. Unless something special was about to happen, you'd feel the game would be gone. That's going up in the air, short of the fielder at deep square. Morris sweeping hard. Only a single once more though. It's 25. Half volley, picks out mid-off, throw comes in. Oh, throw misses as well. I reckon that could have been very, very tight. 84 for 3. Well, sweetly struck on the drive. Nice looking shot again. Top ball on this occasion, straight to the fielder. Wide, slides down the leg side, good take by Cast, ended up. Didn't have the contribution she'd have liked with the bat, but always so reliable behind the stumps, Carr. Frustrating couple of years with injury. Looking for a big performance in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. Single down to long on. Nicely done. One to come of the over. Morrison to 26. It's almost as though if they're going to up something at the moment, it's going to have to be the attempt even at just the singles. Trying to tick along a little closer to 6 and over to stop it spiralling. Oh, bottom hand off the bat in the end as she steers that into the onside luff. Moves to 34 with the single. 5 off the over with the wide. 87 for 3 Storm. Morris 26. 24 gone. 168 to win. Castle going for 4s off her 3 overs, number 12. All looks good on that scoreboard though. For Sunrisers at the moment, 254 for 6, and that opening stand 148, which was incredible effort by Griffith and Scrivens. De Villiers helping top things up. De Villiers, Maddie Villiers helping to top things up. Here's Scrivens. Fielded by Rogers at mid-wicket. Certainly getting to that point now, it feels, at the halfway stage. These two are well enough set as well that they've got to stop this required rate climbing. Oh, could be trouble, huge trouble, and the run out, and that's it. The partnership broken by a horrible mix-up. Morris makes her way off for 26. Yes was the cry by Luff. The two of them were left in the middle of the track in deep confusion. Morris departs, gone for 26, 87 for 4. That's a hammer blow for Storm. A huge boost for Sunrisers after these two had settled down into a partnership. That's not going to help that required rate of 6.5 and climbing. Oh, Luff's still there on 34 though.
Huge trouble, and the run out.
Very simple run out in the end for Sunrisers, as it really was a case of yes, no, but they advanced ever closer to each other as they sorted it out, and were both left in the middle of the track, looking back as the bails were removed by Carr. 87 for 4. Guy Swindles, that is going to be a decisive moment, I'd feel.
You feel that they were just getting on top. The 50 partnership was there or thereabouts. They'd turned around that sticky start. But what also impressed me there was the fielding of the Sunrisers. No panic. Yeah, there were people in the middle, but so many times you see people try and throw down the stumps, and people in the run-out who were making the mess of the run-out end up surviving, but that was really sensibly done. Here you go, run them out. Thanks very much. As we're just seeing now
could
on
be
the
trouble, huge trouble,
replay.
and the run out,
it really
and
was
that's
after you, Claude. I think they also had 2 opportunities to get it sorted out.
They've got to stop this. As I say, it was the more that they said yes and no, the closer they came to each other to decide. Which is the unfortunate things of run-outs. There's always a moment of sheer confusion and madness.
The partnership
Again,
broken.
we were talking about this earlier. The worst way to get out is
Morris makes her way off for 26. Yes was the cry by Luff.
Apart from backing up.
Yeah, but even that's not your fault.
Hey, that's true. That's true.
Whereas a run out, you know something daft has happened.
That's
Someone
very true.
hasn't listened. Yeah, if it clips someone's finger on the way through, it's annoying, but
very true. Very true. We had one of those nearly earlier, didn't we? Apart from the fact it didn't clip the finger.
yeah, we had an appeal from somebody.
I'm going the keeper, who was unsighted by the batter.
Quite right. No, just the breakthrough Sunrisers needed. So
87 for 4. It is the halfway stage at the end of this over. I just wondered. I was looking at it, and your instinct tells you, look, it's now 6.6 the required. I just don't think they could have they can let it climb anymore. So that had to be at this point, even though the partnership was going nicely, they had to find a way to stop that required rate climbing. They've been going at 3.5 for a long time, but with it, the required rate climbs up. So they had to get their own rate, their current rate, up to 4s, just to try and stop that steady climb that we've seen for some time.
no, you're absolutely right, Kev. I think they might have been able to push it out to the 30th over, and then have to go from there. But as it is, the decision's rather made for them. So
the old adage was double your score at 30, wasn't it? In list day, it's pretty much gone nowadays. Well, not wholly, but Storm are a long way short, even at 30, aren't they? 87 for 4 in the 25th.
yeah, Owen Morgan's England used to be able to double it from 240 to 480.
Oh, Morgan, remember him?
Yeah.
Anyone got his number?
Already missed.
Yeah. Here's Scrivens to Gibson in at 6. Solid defence and a nice single down the ground it ends up. Scrivens hurt herself for a sheer K. Dived across in front of Luff to stop the ball. She's picked herself up and fine by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's just really for the Sunrisers now, having not won for so long, it's keeping everything together now and remembering how to win again. Because they're in position A currently, and there's another possible run out here. Possibly to the wrong end.
Hesitation from Gibson there, wasn't there?
There was a touch of hesitation, and they escape it this time because 2 run-outs. 1 run-out can be looked upon as bad luck, but 2 run-outs in an over is very definitely careless.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
This is another good over, though. The pressure continuing to mount, and yes, they're taking a couple of singles, but that's it. Fielding's been good. The field positions have been good. It's been an impressive piece of captaincy, largely so far by Kelly Castle. She's got the big decisions right on when to change her bowlers.
Well, they're at the point now that they need a boundary and over, and that's the problem. 6.6 the required rate. They need 1 boundary per over to keep up with the rate. Like I say, the first thing they had to try and do was just try and keep the rate from spiralling, which it could be in danger of doing now, and I'm sure that's the chat of Gibson and Luff. Look, could try and build another partnership, but if they take their time about it, then this game will be out of sight.
I think if they were to put the worm up now again onto the screen, we would see that they're just drifting behind the required. As I think at the same stage, certainly Sunrisers were beyond 100 at the halfway point.
Is this the late worm?
This is the late worm.
The one that lives?
Yeah. Not
the one that survives?
Not the early worm who suffers for his art.
Suffers for
oh,
its
there we
eagerness.
go. The worms come up. Look at this. You can see. Yep, there we go. Just beginning to drift off.
And you could see it plateauing now if they try and build a partnership again.
Thank you, team, for the latest worm.
That was
for those listening and not watching this, they will be bewildered, but.
For those watching and not listening, well, there's not much we can say.
Very good. Skipper bowling herself at the moment and bowling very nicely. Leading from the front.
That's punched nicely out to deep cover. They'll think 2, but again, just a single. It's the thing, those tight boundaries today, it's actually to the bane of the batter because they cannot find 2. It's very, very difficult. And whereas you'd look at it and think, right, short boundaries, there's runs to be had via 4s and 6s. They're not there today. That scoring rate isn't there today at Chelmsford.
So it's 1 or 4.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It feels like there haven't been many of either, as that again picks out a fielder at backward point. There's no run. Do you still go, when you're doing the BBC commentaries at Lords and any Middlesex home games, do you still go with the old adage of turn the sound down on the TV and the sound up on the radio?
I've done it all my life.
No, when you're commentating, is that what you advise the listener?
Oh, yes.
Don't forget, sound down on the TV, folks.
Kevin is asking a really good... I'll tell you why in a second.
Cut hard again. Single out to deep cover. 93 for 4.
Because when we're both commentating on Middlesex on Tuesday, Kevin will be on the telly and I'll be on the radio, so I cannot now say, yeah, turn the telly down and listen to us. Otherwise I'll be in big trouble.
That's what I always used to do when Sky rocked up and I was on BBC Radio. Don't forget, folks, sound down on the telly, turn the radio up.
But people used to do that all the time, even when both things were on the beeb.
Yeah, I did. That was how I grew up watching and listening. Turn down the TV and listen to TMS. Absolutely. Yeah, it was always the way. Now I'm telling everybody it's rubbish. No, sound up on the TV, everyone.
The other interesting thing was, with that ancient technology that somehow worked, they were perfectly synchronised. And the more complicated that the technology got, the less they were synchronised. So it became harder and harder to do.
Well, we're all used to rocking and rolling on the streams ourselves nowadays, aren't we, to line them all up as we want to. Back and forth for the replays as well. Here's Scrivens. Oh, leading edge.
Oh.
Very nearly back to Scrivens from Gibson. Just looking to steer into the onside, and there again I think is an example. That was just a delicate turn for one. Nearly resulted in a wicket.
Yeah, it looked as if this would be a run fest, but that wicket is not as easy as perhaps many people thought, and I have to say that Scrivens' innings is looking better and better by the minute. Ooh, all left behind by the fielder on that occasion, but isn't made to pay.
Well, we talked pace off, didn't we, throughout that Sunrisers? It looks as though it's a pace off track, and Naomi Tatami's down below us at long on. We haven't seen Tatani, who must be the quickest comfortably of the Middlesex bowlers.
Yes, and perhaps we saw
Middlesex, Sunrisers, sorry.
I know, but the quicker the bowler, the faster the runs were coming earlier.
That's what it feels like, and at the moment it's pace off, isn't it? She does play for Middlesex Tatani, but Middlesex is Naomi Tatani for Sunrisers.
Well, yes, there are so many counties that make up the Sunrisers. It's worth mentioning the origin.
Kent's Scrivens. No run to square leg. There's no run. She's bucked the trend of the make-up of the counties. Danny Warren was on the other day at Merchant Taylor's School on the Middlesex stream, joining us kindly for that coverage, looking ahead to this game. She's been really happy with performance levels, and I know I've caught up with her a few times, really happy with performance levels across the season as this ball's pushed to mid-wicket and there's no run. 94 for 4, but they just keep finding ways of losing it. It seems like this is one that they shouldn't find a way to lose this, Sunrisers. Well,
we were just talking to the chaps in the press box briefly as well, and they were saying much the same thing, that once you've re-established how to win, it will become easier. But after that lightning defeat, when they'd set up so many opportunities to go on and win that match, perhaps with a little more confidence they would have done. But at the moment, things are going very much their way. After 27 overs, I think now, it's 94 for 4. However, given what Sophie Luff has done for the Storm against the Sunrisers in the past, there'll still be an element of alarm and concern, possibly, rather than alarm.
It's Castle with the 28th. Top ball again.
She's bowled so well, so tidily. She hasn't really been looking for wickets, she's been looking to just keep the pressure on. Though she might have had a wicket when it was chipped.
Yes.
Desperately difficult chance for Tatani, but...
That's through. They've had to wait a while. I haven't really seen much driven through the covers for 4 today. That was slapped by Gibson for 8. For 4 to move her on to 8. 98 for 4, just enough width to get that. That's through. Arc of the arms to come through. I haven't really seen much driven through the covers.
Yeah, it was a shot, interesting. Cordelia Griffith managed on a couple of occasions, but many of them ended up straight to fielder. But since her innings earlier in the day, you're right, very few people have tried that shot, but that was slapped superbly through the covers.
Hasn't been a day for a drive, has it? For an elegance drive. It has been that bottom hand, and that one even though it wasn't that wide, she ended up driving it in between extra cover and mid-off because it was forceful with the bottom hand rather than trying to stroke it either side of extra cover. Just didn't have the belief that there was the pace in the pitch to do so. This one's short, crunched again, but it's only as far as extra cover and Griffith the dot ball. But yeah, usually it's an easy game up here, isn't it? And you have a little instinct about, well, this is what they could do right now, or this is where it could go, and we're guilty many times as commentators of, you know, calling an easy game from up here. It's very difficult to put your finger on where these runs come from at the moment.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Particularly with the intelligent way that the Sunrisers are going about their business. Even the skipper, Kelly Castle, she's not bowling at full tilt. She's taking the pace off. There's slower balls. She's just making sure that the batsman has to do all the work. And at the moment, that's a tactic that's paid dividends. That acceleration from here won't be easy, as we saw from the Sunrisers when they were 148 without loss and could still only put on another 100. This is good running.
It's the 100 up.
A rare 2.
Yes. 101 for 4. And that is probably the only answer that I can come up with, is they've got to work the angles better. We have seen at times, it's mainly backward of square on the leg side, a lot of room left. If you want to sweep, if you want to try and close the face and get it around the corner, so be it. But I think that's what they've got to do now. They've got to try and put the pressure somehow on Sunrisers, which means putting somebody back there that opens up another space in the field somewhere else. But 101 for 4, just about, what is that, 28 gone, 22 remain, double your score at 30. Yeah, still a long way off, aren't they? But again, we kind of said it all the way through. If Luff's there at the end, there's a chance they're close.
Absolutely. But Sunrisers largely doing everything right at the moment. Slight misfield allows an easy one rather than a tight one. Grace Scrivens, who's looks as if she's going to bowl her 10 unchanged. Taken 4 wickets a match in the last 2. She's hasn't taken any this time, but she's done a job superbly, keeping the runs down to a minimum. Again, just a single from that delivery. This is her final over, and at the moment she's got figures of 0 for 23 from 0 from 24 from 9.2 overs. Superbs figures from Scrivens. She forces the batter onto the back foot, but Luff can't pierce the field, and it just goes up. Sorry, Gibson can't pierce the field, and it just goes up to the fielder. Again, it's hoiked and out. And in her final over, she has a wicket. Scrivens forcing the Western Storm batters to try and get a hurry up. And a wicket has fallen, and a massive one too. And this could be the major turning point in the match, as Gibson goes, caught by Griffith off the bowling of Scrivens for 10. 103 now for 5, and we're in the 29th over. Scrivens had deserved a wicket for her hard work. She's having yet another magnificent day for the Sunrisers. And a wicket has fallen. As we said, she's the leading run scorer and wicket taker in the nascent competition so far. Turning point in the match. 9th wicket in 3 matches.
Incoming batter, Katie George.
Katie George, though, will now come out to join her skipper, who is still there. Katie George, who took a nasty bang on the arm when she was fielding earlier. Also put in a decent bowling stint, a few wides. Struggled with length and line to begin with before tightening up, but now it's her skills as a batter that the Western Storm so dearly need. She goes and has a chat with the skipper. Sophie Luff, 40 not out, but from 76 deliveries, so strike rate of just over 50. which is in essence 3 and over, which is not much more than the current run rate is. Scrivens bowling, or will be bowling, to Katie George once guards are established. And remember that the Sunrisers didn't lose their first wicket till the score was 148. 103 for 5 now. Western Storm. Scrivens drops that short. It's slapped away, but it'll only be a single. Got a little bit lucky on that one, I think, Scrivens, but the new batter yet to set herself. Probably missed out on placing the ball a little better on that one. It's better from Scrivens, and Luff can't make anything happen, and that's the end of a quite wonderful spell of bowling from Grace Scrivens. 10 overs, 1 for 25. She's put the brakes on, she's taken a key wicket in her final over. All this on the back of a fine half century earlier on. All of which means, after 29 overs, chasing 255, Western Storm 104 for 5. We're just having a look at the Manhattan as it comes up on the screen, and you can see where Western Storm are missing out on some of the big overs that their opponents managed in this match when they were managing to get 8, 10 and over. We haven't seen anything higher than 7 and off any single over so far from the Western Storm. Just haven't been able to take any of the bowlers to the cleaners. I think there was 1 8. Actually, there were 2 4s off a bowler, an over of Abtahar Maqsood.
That's darted down. First ball from Gardner at the Hayes close end. Single out to deep cover. 105 for 5. Luff on to 40 now, and well, she's going to have to go all the way if Storm has turned this. Gardner again, pace off, open face to backward point, no run. Interesting how quick the first one was for Gardner, pace right off on the second, which again has very much been the story of this one here at Chelmsford so far today. Nice line, nice length. All Luff can do is push it back. Only 1-6 struck all day so far today.
Yep.
And that was Joe Gardner. There's that explosive power. Ooh, drops that one in short. Perhaps a little bit of a surprise. Yeah. Luff didn't seem quite ready for that. Surprised by it. Nice again, turned into the onside and a dot ball.
Yes, although nominally a spinner, this is more medium pace than anything else, but a very sensible, clever pace at which to bowl.
She's bowling it hard into the track, isn't she, for a bit of medium pace spin, really. As that ball's dabbed back, and a very good opening over from Gardner, just the one off it. 105 for 5. 30 gone, 20 to go here at Chelmsford. Still another 150 needed.
Yes, 150 off 20 overs, so 7.5 and over the run rate now.
With 5 wickets standing. Even in a T20, you'd say this would be tough with all 10, especially on this pitch. But it's the beauty of cricket. Sometimes it comes up with some absolute pearls of stories. Pearls of performances. Long chat here between Maqsood and Castle. Maqsood, as you mentioned, she went for 8 off her last over, wasn't she? And then withdrawn those couple of bounds. She was a little unlucky. One of them in particular was really just clipped out of the block hole for 4. Beautiful piece of timing that was by Morris. A long chat here with Castle.
Interesting change of ends as well. She's switched to the river end from the Moyes close end.
She goes McSood. It's eased away into the onside by George, no run.
Obviously a ground she knows very well. Interesting that both she and the skipper thought a change of ends might be the way to go. At the moment it seems like a good decision.
I'm trying to think which end she took that wicket from last time. I think it was the other end, the Hayes close end, with that real snorter of a first ball she delivered earlier in the season. Ooh. Oh, that turns and bounces past the edge. That's nice. Got a feeling Harmer bowls from the river end as well here at Chelmsford, who's now renowned as Mr. Spin in the men's game for the Essex First 11. That's hit down the grounds. And 4. A rare shot down the ground for 4 today. Haven't seen many of those all along the floor, back past the bowler. George is on to 6, 109 for 5.
Good shot, wasn't it? Really good shot. Used her feet, kept the ball under control. There was power. Excellent.
And 4.
Boundary. But with a couple of those required and over.
Well, even at 6.5 and over, we were saying it's 1 boundary and over.
It's getting up to 2 when it's 7.5.
It's well, there just haven't been the boundary counts today as we go through them. I mean, at the moment they're requiring 3 boundaries every 2 overs, really, aren't they? And there just hasn't been that prolific boundary hitting at any stage in the innings, even at the end when there were some relatively well set big hitters for Sunrisers. Into the block hole, dug out for a single to Datani, pushed to Datani's right hand, had to come around to her left. Good judgment, good call, good knowledge.
It was, wasn't it? It was, you were thinking, oh, that's
tight.
Exactly, but knew exactly what they were doing.
Into the over.
Strike is pinched.
111 for 5. That's chipped down to long on. 112 for 5.
A little more air that time. Having to take risks, having to take risks. It was a good shot in the end, but having to take the aerial route, and there's not much margin for error. That did go for 4, so having to take risks. Well played, but tough going at the moment.
Yeah, countdown's on, isn't it? Final 20 of the innings. We're not quite to 100 yet, are we? 18.4 remain.
I have to say, since she came in though, Katie George has looked as assured as anybody and as more likely to hit a boundary than most.
She's got that sore left arm, hasn't she? She wants to take it out on the ball.
Yes, quite.
Fabulous piece of fielding for her in the deep earlier, which saved a boundary, nearly took a catch.
Yeah, she took it on the half volley, didn't she, as it just jumped in front of her. She did brilliantly to stop the boundary.
A few of those on a horribly parched outfield here at Chelmsford. This ball's, oh, goodness me, advancing down the track. George, she's lucky she got something on that, or she'd have been stumped by a car.
And lucky that the ball went out where it did. It could have easily just popped back to the bowler. So definitely a moral victory. But want someone in a little bit closer, I think, on mid-wickety area, possibly. Certainly long off is going out. And I think bringing mid-wicket up a bit, is she?
That's
Cut
fine.
away, that's 4. Oh, so close to a wonderful stop. But in the end it does trickle irritatingly as far as the fielder is concerned over the boundary.
That again would probably be the only thing. The shortness of the boundaries today, could the batters have picked
so
the gaps
close to
better? Because if you have got it the wrong side of the sweeper, then it is a very short boundary to try and get around, especially square of the wicket. I think credit has to go to the bowlers that there hasn't been that much width served up. There haven't been too many short to drag across the line, hook or pull. It's all pretty much been on the stumps and pace off, which means that accessing those runs square of the wicket either side, very, very difficult for the batters. Again, we just talked about that one we saw down the ground. We haven't seen much of that either today. Tough for the batters, there's no two ways about it, but that perhaps is one observation. Could they have tried to penetrate the field a little bit better in terms of those, just as we saw there? I mean, you know, if that boundary rope's back another 10 yards, it probably was cut off easily. But because it's a short boundary, time and space is running out pretty quickly for the fielder anywhere on the ropes if it is wide of them. But they've hit the fielders in the deep an awful lot today. Both sets of batters, to be fair, but obviously Sunrise has managed it far better with 254 for 6 on the board.
Interesting though, Katie George has changed the dynamic. 15 off 12, and she's hit as many 4s already as Sophie Luff, 3. Sophie Luff, who's faced 85 balls now, to Katie George's 12.
We can all nearly put the countdown on either side of the screen left. There's 107 deliveries left of the innings and 134 required for victory. And actually, when you take it down to that, there will come a point, if this partnership gets going, where you say, well, run a ball if they can keep it at there or thereabouts.
Yep. But they've got to get back to a run of ball.
Well, yes. Or get close to it at least, to take it deep.
Exactly.
To take it deep into the last 5 of the innings, maybe.
It'll be interesting to see whether Katie George, at the moment she's playing very carefully in many ways, but she's looking to attack whenever she can.
There you go.
And that's squirted through. Point for 4. And really everything has changed since Katie George came out to the crease.
There you go.
That's
And I think it had to, really, didn't it? Villiers came out and did something similar. She had a strike rate of 200 for the first
in many ways
5 to 10 deliveries of her innings.
Whenever she can. True.
Tailed off to 150 by the end, I think.
Through. Sloppy.
Again, there's a lot against Storm here, but obviously one of the big things is that wicket column, 5 down.
Yeah.
126 for 5.
2 comes after George, isn't it, really?
Well, at this stage, Sunrisers hadn't even lost a wicket. 148 for the opening stand.
True. Now can Maqsood find something magical? She's giving it plenty of air, and she's being helped by her fielders. That was excellent work. From Maddie Villiers to keep them down to a single. But I don't think Sophie Luff will mind too much, because at the moment she's looking to give the strike to her batting partner, and that's a really good delivery and got Katie George in a real tangle. Well bowled. Goes for that sweep shot you were talking about, Kevin, that we haven't seen much of, and with no real third man and square leg in close because they were trying to plug gaps elsewhere. It was almost a free hit. We haven't seen much of.
I mean, that's the thing, as tightly knit as certain areas of the field have been today, they have. There's other huge gaps that are left. We talked about it at the beginning of the innings, and Kopak was bowling so well, wasn't she? And that offside field of what was it? It was a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Well, that means there's gaps elsewhere, and that's perhaps just one thing that Storm could perhaps look at. Could they have done better in this? And well, now is the time, because those gaps are still there. As we've just said, backward square, there's nobody, which is a huge scoring area in cricket nowadays. You talked about Graham Gooch and the sweep. You know, there's the paddle, the scoop, all the other various methods that are available nowadays. Reverse sweeps as well, as you look at this field at the moment.
Well, they kept the third man. I noticed in the last over. Now, of course, I think we do have a deeper fine leg.
Good from Gardner, top ball into the covers. But I would say the pace that Gardner's bowling, that does open up the scoop or the ramp here for Luff. Top ball into the onside as well again. I mean, that last ball was a length delivery at that pace. That's a step across, isn't it? And turn it around the corner somehow, because there is, again, nobody backward square on the leg side. Only the fielder in the deep, but she's not getting around to cut off anything that goes fine. This one's short, hit straight back to the bowler. Luff's getting frustrated. 3-dot balls, she's tried to hit them all. She's hit either the bowler or the fielder for the first 3 deliveries of the 34th, and you can see her walking away to square leg, just annoyed, frustrated. Feels like something's going to give here one way or the other. Gets that away, fine of the fielder in the deep. Just a single though, just 2, sorry, not the boundary. They've got back for the second. Luff's on to 46.
Good work again by Maddie Villiers. She's fielded beautifully in the main. Last time she dived to try and stop off the 4 and couldn't quite manage it. She did scrape her face, but she seems all right again now.
Now that's good cricket. Late cut for 4, back at a point. Luff brings up her 50 in fine fashion as well. 50 from 92 balls. It's her 4th 4. And 107 minutes holding together this Storm chase.
Yeah, a few moments ago we were saying, yeah, we would never use but certainly if there was one of the win predictors, it would have been heavily favouring Sunrisers, but this partnership is just
good cricket.
going to put some interesting doubt in the Sunrisers' mind. It's how they cope with this counter-attack, which is actually going pretty well at the moment as far as Western Storm are going, led by Katie George, 24 from just 16, including 5 4s already, and Sophie Luff happy to play the anchor role, an important role. If she's still there at the end, they'll be there or thereabouts.
Well, they will. They will certainly be there or thereabouts. It's 118 to win off, what, 96 deliveries. That's a beautiful shot. Might just be a single though. And it is. Brock's back, gave herself a little bit of room. Nice punch at the cut. Soften the fielders out there. Griffith's going out into the deep now. Bowled or played.
It's almost as if they've hit Maqsood out of the attack again. Twice she's had a slightly expensive over and been whipped off. Villiers, it's the aerial route. There is a fielder out there that bounces a couple of times before it reaches her. There were cries of catch it. Nothing doing though. Katie George comes down the ground and she's given it everything. It's gone for 4. 1 bounce 4, I think. But Katie George has really taken this game by the scruff of the neck at the moment.
That's the beauty of modern day white ball cricket, isn't it?
Everything's gone for four.
Well, as we see in Test cricket now as well. Games are very rarely done. They're very rarely dead. You can never write them off fully.
This is a matter now of not panicking as far as the Sunrise is concerned, remembering the stuff that works. Don't get panicked into changing your patterns. That is the end of the over. 143 for 5 from 35, so they've got the run rate back over 4.
112 off 90. If these two stay, you said there or thereabouts. I mean, if Luff's there at the end, what's her strike rate at the moment? Her strike rate's only 53, but for the majority of this innings, she's been having to consolidate and rebuild.
Yep. No, I think...
if George is at the other end...
yeah, then it's going to be done very quickly, because her strike rate's 161 at the moment.
I guess you'd almost say if either of these are still there in the final over,
yep,
Storm can do this, but it's a long, long way. And the fact of the matter is they could run out of partners if one of them goes. Something could go around them.
They've more than stemmed the bleeding so far.
And there's that little area. You could just see that Luff was trying to access the onside and access backward of square on the onside as well. Whether she has got the ramp or the scoop, paddle. It's a wide.
Jo Gardner's mixed her pace superbly so far, but she doesn't want to mix the line too much as she did on that occasion.
It's worked down the ground for a single nicely by Luff onto 52. 4.1 is the current rate, so they've upped the rate, as you've been saying, with the strike rate of George, who's going at 152. And after dragging along really at 3.5 for the majority of the innings, well, it was 2.5 at the start, wasn't it? With a troublesome start at 39 for 3. That was the point where Storm were really having to rebuild pretty quickly. That's away. Dropping short Gardner. And funnily enough, they had just put in the short fine leg. Whether deep square went a little bit wider because of that, either way, I don't think she'd have got round.
No, that stayed hit, that one. But again, that's the first ball we've seen dragged down
and
as far as Jo Gardner's concerned. And at the moment, cages are being rattled, particularly by Katie George, who's moved beautifully onto 33 from 20 deliveries. Bit of right arm round, but that's cut away as well, and that'll be 4 more. And trying to stem the bleeding at the moment is proving very difficult as far as the Sunrisers are concerned. Bit of right arm round, but that's cut away as well, and that'll be 4 more. And Katie George batting beautifully, even the attempt to go right arm round. The true defensive form of bowling at times is not paying dividends. Oh, and that's high and full, and that's just slapped away. And suddenly, after bowling absolutely beautifully, Jo Gardner has got rattled, and she's now gone for 3 consecutive boundaries. Oh, and that's she just needs to go back to what she was doing. She's trying to change things. And suddenly, after bowling absolutely changing things is costing her and her team at the moment. After, as I say, bowling so well for the first 3 overs. Quite rightly, she's going back over to right arm over. And that is, it's cut away for 4, but on another day that could have gone to the hands of point. And this is a fantastic innings at the moment from Katie George. The drinks are coming on, and certainly the fielding side want one. Cut away and you just feel for the Sunrisers at the moment, they just mustn't let the head drop. Because as Katie George has raced on to 45 from 23 balls and is dragging her team there on her own at the moment, but they're playing into her strengths. So the thing is, she's not trying to give people the charge, she's just waiting and saying, try and bowl to me.
Oh, that one goes down the leg side. On 63 for 5. Pressure's going to build now for Sunrisers. The search for that first win. Just be question marks now in the back of the mind, won't there?
Absolutely. Big question marks.
Oh, it's cut again. Four more.
This over has been so expensive.
Well, the pace on. I mean, let's stack it up. It's now in the back of the mind.
There were two wides, 5 bound. Yeah, absolutely. 20 plus big from that over.
She's gone for 40 off her 4 overs now, Gardner. A
again.
tough one for her.
Four more.
But the pace on, and look what happened.
So expensive.
And Sunrisers are going to have to rethink it pretty quickly. 49 for George. I mean, look, she's almost above Luff already.
Yeah.
52 for Luff, 52 for Luff from 97, 49 from 24.
Yep, strike rate of 204 at the moment, and they put up the Manhattan, and by some way the Empire State Building is that last over, because there are 23, I think.
It's the Burj Khalifa now, isn't it?
Oh yes, just showing my age. I very nearly said something that disappeared, so I'm quite relieved that I stuck with Empire State Building.
Well, they'll hope that these Manhattans won't be added to considerably. They need to rein things back here somehow. Up against it at the moment, Sunrisers in this partnership. The board's just about on their side, in their favour, as this ball's driven down to long on. A single taken in that wickets column. That remains problematic at 5 down. Just a single, and there's the 50 for George. Eased away into the offside, and 50 from just 25 deliveries, 11 fours, strike rate of 200. Somehow George is bringing Storm back into this game. Still a lot to do, an awful lot to do, but it's Sunrisers that need wickets now, and they need them quickly. Villiers in her 7th over, 1 for 23. Steered, no run.
Before I have to leave, it's back to a runner ball. It's exactly what you warned about, Kev, that if they could get back to a runner ball, the belief would begin to course again. And that's where Western Storm have got to, thanks to this remarkable Katie George innings.
It's nicely pushed to mid-wicket and no run. On 69 for 5, George has led a remarkable charge here, but Luff with another single down the ground, moving to 54. She's the one that's put it all back together. 86, 85 now to win. From what, 79? Wow, they've turned that around. There's a push back up the track and a dot ball. 170 for 5. End of the over, and 37 gone, 13 remain. So yeah, 85 to win from 78 deliveries. It's that 5 wickets though that Sunrisers have got to cling to. They've got to try and, I think as Guy was saying, just stick to the basics. And stick to the basics and hope that the mistake comes from the Storm, which I think certainly could well be the way. You'd imagine there's going to be a chance at least. Here's Kelly Castle, 170 for 5 is the score. Luff's on 54 and on strike. And what can the skipper serve up? Yes, the call. Rightly so. Comfortable enough single in the end.
Couldn't find a player. That's all right. That's all right. Very nice. Do you want to, or do you want me just to jump on? Or? It's up. You don't have to. It's absolutely. I can easily carry it. If you like doing it, you can do it. But if you don't, then that's it. I can easily carry it.
Dot ball into the onside to mid-wicket. That's one of the things they can try and do. First of all, draw up the boundaries. Then if they can, rack up the dot balls.
It's easy for me. This is quite easy to do. Well, not to rock up if you want to.
Lots of flight. That's hit up in the air and down the ground. And stopped. Well stopped as well. But he got a single out of it. George moves to 51 from 28. 172 for 5. Drying up those boundaries. That's what they've got to do. They're going to have to be hot in the field. As Guy's been saying, the fielding all day has been good from both. Going to have to make sure no errors whatsoever. Mid-off comes up. Long on. Deep mid-wicket, deep square and deep cover back. Castle's in. That's driven in between extra cover and mid-off. That's not stopped. Mid-off had just, long off had just come up as well. And 4 more. Cover back. Luff's on to 59. Her strike rates climbed to 57. They've been low 50s the majority of the way through. 176 for 5.
Yes, there's one.
176 for 5.
Probably pass. If it probably pass, yeah, do it pass. Honestly, if it looks like it's getting better, I'll come back up.
6 off the over. On to come. Just a single to finish. 7 off the over. They've got the required rate down to 6.5. This is quite the turnaround in this partnership from Storm. Mainly George and her 51, but Luff with that latest single moving to 60. Superb from her. So 12 to go. This innings, cut-off time's 5:20. They're going to be well done before that. It'll be an early finish today, time-wise, because the amount of overs of spin that we've seen. Welcome dot ball for Sunrisers. Cracking game of Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy cricket here. Another dot ball. Good from Villiers. Going along an economy of 3.3 to this point. Can she come back on, wrestle back that control? It's good again. Very good length. Steered off the splice really from Luff. George looking for something from the pavilion. Started down the leg side, wide signals. First run of the over is a wide off the 4th ball. That'll have to go again. Stab to back once more. This is excellent, absolutely excellent from Villiers. Change of pace of the innings. Handbrake turn perhaps here for Sunrisers. George just has a quick chat with Luff. Probably don't panic. Let one over. Let things go right. Down the track and dot ball to mid-wicket again. Luff frustrated. So 77 runs to win. And 77 it remains. End of the 39th. 11 to go. So 66 balls. And 77 runs. 5 wickets standing. George on 51. Luff on 60. Well, we have been saying, if one of these two are there at the end, they're going to be there or thereabouts. If they're both there, then you'd fancy that this game is going to go the way of the visitors. A long old chap just off the side of the pitch by the skipper, Tatani. Mara Carr's there too. So 178 for 5 it is. Castle is coming in once more. Bowls now, and that's swept well, through square leg it goes. George is on to 55, Stormer 182 for 5, 73 to win from 65. Coming in once more. Bowls now, and that's swept well, through square leg it goes. George is on to 55. What's Castle's response? Is that the neck? It's troubling George there. What's is she looking up to the sky? What is it? Something not quite right for her. Oh, it's hit in the air, just short of Griffith. That extra cover. Went to try and get the hands underneath it. Scoop the catch, couldn't do so. Single more. 182 for 5. They've really got to come up with something from here. Sunrisers now, and a wicket they need quickly. This is driven back to mid-on, and a dot ball once more is Tatani, who gets across from mid-wicket. Tremendous game of cricket here in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy, and it will go right to the wire surely. It's a good length ball from Castle. Good comeback from her. Four off the first ball of the over. Pressure heaps onto the bowler. 1 and 2 dots. What can she do with the last 2? Good line length again. One-handed drive to extra cover. Throw comes in. Cordelia Griffith, and single it is. 6 off the over. Required's just gone back up to 7 with that last over from Villiers. In the air, but safe. Down to long off for a single. 40 bowled, 10 to go here at Chelmsford on the live stream from Sunrisers. 185 for 5 is the score, and 70 required from 60 deliveries. Again, that margin, you're back in the batting side with 2 set batters. the wickets column is the one that Sunrisers have to cling to now. Naomi Tatani, pace on, has given batters a chance of scoring runs here. You see the run rate graph as well on the screen at the moment. And they're just bringing this back now. Storm, as you can see, tightening up that graph towards the end of the innings, which is going to give them the chance. Any sort of spike now for the Western Storm. And that graph will dramatically favour the visitors here at Chelmsford. So here's Naomi Tatani. So left arm over from the River End Tatani. Long chat with Castle. This is a big move. As we said, she's gone with the bat, in the field, with the ball as well, Tatani. It's going to have to be right on the money here, though. Pace has gone, and gone quickly today at Chelmsford. The run rate has dropped to 4.6. The required is up to 7. I say dropped, it's in there or thereabouts. It hasn't dropped the required rate, but it's maintained at that for a while now. The required is 7. 185 for 5 Storm. 70 to win from 60. Tatani goes short first up. Now, did that take the edge? I think it may have done, looking at the reactions. Didn't quite carry to Carr. Let's see if we can get another look at that. 70 to win from 60. Tatani goes short, they feel that took the edge. Now, did that take the edge? I think it may have done, looking at the reactions. Just died on its way through to Carr. That one's short. Gets away with it, just a single. Griffith comes around on the boundary rope. Just a single to George. 186 for 5. This has been a stunning comeback from Storm. Win it, lose it, tie it from here. It's made for a wonderful game of List A cricket. That was through to the keeper. And a top ball. Tatani on the River End. 3 balls gone in the over. Solid enough start. Oh, nearly chopped on. Nearly down and into the stumps from Luff. It's 1 run off this over so far. And well, if it was a gamble, which seems an extraordinary thing to say, if it was a gamble to throw the ball to Tatani, at the moment it's working. That's heaved away though, into the onside. Pace goes this time. 5th ball of the over, and it's a boundary over mid-wicket. Sweet pick up that from Luff. Not too many times today we've said that, a sweet pick up. This time, but that was sweetly struck. And a boundary it is. Wonderful shot. The tiny left arm over to the right-hander. Just has to be careful not to put it into an arc for the batter to swing hard into the onside. This ball's driven to cover. Dot ball. 190 for 5. 5 off the over. Good over from Tatani. Was there an edge at the start? Did the catch just fall short of Carr? Well, they'll have an inkling out there. Certainly they seem to go up early, and the suggestion looked as though, from the reaction of the field, that one did just drop short. Having taken an edge. 190 for 5 it is. 65 to win from 54 deliveries, 5 wickets standing. No two ways about it now. Storm and Sunrisers will go to the wire with this one. Have a look at the worm, and that green line is creeping up ever towards the blue of Sunrisers. And on the trajectory they're on, unless they add a little wicket, that circle in there on the worm, unless they can put a wicket on, then that green is going to overtake the blue pretty soon. And if it does, how will that tell on the team searching there for their first win? That's driven away, gets through the offside, gets away from Griffith and gets away for 4 as well. 61 to win off 53. On the team searching there for their first win. Castle driven away, Tani in the attack, offside, gets away from pace Griffith at either end. Gets away for 4 as well. Can they wait before turning back to one of the spinners? Taking pace off here. Here's Castle. Cut away, over the covers, that's 4 more. Wow. George is storming now for her side. She's on to 66. Here's Castle. Cut away, over the covers, that's 4 more. A quite sensational innings. In the context of the day, 148 put on for the opening wicket by Sunrisers. Quality foundation, something of a charge at the end from Sunrisers, but having seen that required rate get up to what, 7.5, I think it was at its highest, maybe just slightly over. Somehow Storm are on the verge of getting it down below a runner ball here to win in the back 10. It's a good back of the hand delivery from Castle, but they're seeing it big, this pair now. 198 for 5. Straight of Titani, a dot ball though, she gets around. Good cricket. It's the mid-wicket fielder, Naomi Titani. Oh, down the leg side, a wide's going to be signalled. They've run one as well. How many off the over now? 11. 2 balls still to go of it. .200 up as well. Just the dot ball into the covers. Castle needs to get out of this over. An expensive one. A lot of thinking to do at the end of it. Dot ball's finished the over. I think that was in the air. Slight reaction at cover. That's wondered was that it was a catch. It wasn't though. Dot ball. And 11 off the over it is. 201 for 5. 54 to win from 48. Dot ball's finished the over. I think that was in the air. Slight reaction at cover. That's wondered was that it was a... In fact, was it a put down? It was. It was a put down by Griffith. Oh wow. Well, the reaction in the field appeared so resigned that I thought it must have been a bump ball, but dot ball's finished the over. That was a drop catch at extra cover by Griffith. That could be costly. Very, very costly. .201 for 5. It's Titani from the River End. Quick single. Taken to mid-off, Gardner. This is right up there from Datani. Now they've run the single. Datani underarm at stumps, misses. They'll get back for an overthrow as well. They had to take the chance on that. No is the call. They'd overrun. They haven't taken the overthrow. It wasn't a costly miss. .202 for 5. Here's the partnership as well between these two. 203 for 5, my apologies. Yes, they came together on 103. It still says 202 for 5 on the board. That single does take it to the century stand.
Underarm at stumps, missing.
Oh, that's crunched hard down the ground. Pace comes and pace goes here today at Chelmsford. 207 for 5. Look at those rates now, and the required rate down to 6 point.
Oh, that's crunched hard down the ground. Pace comes and pace goes here today at
just
Chelmsford.
Over a run a ball, and the boundaries are coming freely at the moment. Castle and Villiers have a chat. Castle got extra cover. Villiers runs all the way back to Cow Corner. There's also a deep mid-wicket, long leg, deep cover, the 4 back. Oh, now long hop goes up in the air and clears Maqsood. Looked to bang it in short to Tani. It was a real long hop in the end. And you wondered, was the bad ball going to bring the wicket? She really didn't mean to drag it that short at all.
Now
to Tani.
Long hop goes up in the air and clears Maqsood.
And in the end,
to bang it in
only
short
just
to
cleared
Tani.
Maqsood.
It was a real long
at mid-on.
hop in the end.
So often we say it,
was
bad
the bad
balls
ball going to bring
by wickets.
cover
Not on this
the
occasion.
back.
It's 4 more. 211 for 5.
Oh,
That one shoots through outside off. .44 to win. .43 balls left. Last ball of the over coming up. Yeah, run is the cry. Maqsood comes around. 43 needed from 42 deliveries. Sunrisers need to think of something here fast, because this partnership worth 109 now from 87 deliveries. Goodness me, when they came together, even the most optimistic of Storm players and fans and coaches couldn't have thought of that one. Tremendous fight back. So spin it is for Maqsood, who comes back on at the Hayes close end. Let's give you a quick look at some of those scores elsewhere. The result, South East Stars have won by 52 runs. Bowled out Thunder for 146 in that game at Southport. That's nicely bowled, landed on a sweet spot there. Maqsood needs to hold on now, hold her nerve somehow here. Lightning are 191 for 5 in their game. As that goes up in the air, over extra cover. Wow, has that gone all the way? It has, it's 6. Luff moves to 81. That's an almighty shot over extra cover from Sophie Luff. Lightning are 191 for 5 in their game. As that goes up in the air, over extra cover. Wow, has that gone all the way? It has, it's 6. Tough now this for Sunrisers. They've got to lift themselves here in these final stages. been here many times before from good positions that they've let slip. Oh, in the air again, straight of Griffith on this occasion. They come back for 2. Long off completing the fielding. 220 for 5. Oh, we said all along that it felt like Sunrisers needed to get to 280. It didn't look like it at the start of this Storm innings. But the hitting out in the second half of this innings from Storm has been tremendous. That's not so good. Up in the air, but safe. Top edge. Lands by the square leg umpire. Tatani coming around from mid-wicket. It's just been going for Storm in these last few overs. They've made their own luck. The edges have gone, fallen safely. My goodness me, look at that go. Surely that's gone all the way. It has. Sweetly struck down the ground by George. She's on to 74. It's 28 to win from 37. And Storm have turned this around fully now. What a performance. My goodness me, what a shot. At that go. Surely that's gone all the way. It has. Sweetly struck down the ground. 227 for 5, 1 ball to go at the over. Lightning in that match, 191 for 5 in the 35th. They're chasing, they need another 104 to win off the final 15. Groves 52, Higham on 15, 18 now. Trouble there for them. Tell you of the Sparks and Diamonds in a moment as well. Finals day in the Blast. Maksub drops short, outside off, she gets away with that one. Let's wait to see if there was a wide signal. 44 bowled, 227 for 5, 28 to win from 36. Storm, at the moment, are in control here at Chelmsford. Hampshire posted 190 for 6, having won the toss. There was a top score of 64 from Prest. Somerset are 50 for 2 in reply after 7. Smead and Banton gone in the power play. Riley Russo on 23, Abel with him on 3. Lancashire already securing their place in the final at Edgbaston. Those are the scores elsewhere apart from that game that I need to tell you of, which is Sparks versus Diamonds. First, here's Maddie Villiers, 227 for 5. Villiers has bowled well. Low full toss, just a single down to long on. Oh, that goes through. See if we can have a look at that one again. Yeah, it's a good line of length from around the wicket past the edge. Central Sparks posted 214 for 6. As that bowls her, they have the breakthrough. Can they be back into it? George has gone for 74. Huge hugs for Villiers. And well, if it's Villiers that leads the comeback at Chelmsford, that will be a wonderful feeling for her and for Sunrisers. 228 for 6, and boy oh boy did the hosts need that. 74 from 43, incredible innings from George. She heads back to the pavilion though. Does this match just swing back into the balance? Back into it? George has gone for 74. Huge hugs for Villiers. And well, if it's Villiers that leads the comeback, too many high risk shots so far. A reverse swing pulled out way. George, but not pulled off. Can they be back in? Very good reception from the crowd here at Chelmsford. She lifts her bat around the ground. Northern Diamonds 202 for 4, chasing 215, as I said, against Central Sparks in that game at New Road, Worcester. Armitage 57 and Turner 6, the not out batters. here, this game, well, extraordinarily has swung towards the visitors, but that might just be changing with the wicket of George. Luff's still there on 85 from 129. It was George's strike rate, though, that's turned this game around. If we'd have discussed at the beginning of Luff's innings, she'd have 85 off 129. You're probably saying it's not enough unless somebody's done something brilliant at the other end. Well, it's been extraordinary from George. So, leave Pollard is the number 8. Again, that wickets column is the thing that Sunrisers must stick to with belief. Nice bit of flight. And Holland pushes back. Bowled so well at the death herself, Holland. And chops that one away fine. Picks up a single to get off the mark. This innings when Griffiths has gone for 8, Wraith for 1, Wilson for 6 at 39 for 3. It was huge trouble for Storm. Nicely steered for a single, end of the over. 45 gone, 230 for 6, 25 to win from 30 deliveries. Still need more wickets here, the Sunrisers. Yeah, Morris. And that run out for 26 again, that was a point where you thought, goodness me, it's gone. Gibson followed quickly for 10, but George 74, Luff now with this 86. Holland with her. And there it is, there's that worm. We said if there was a spike and that green line got up above the blue, then that could be terminal for Sunrisers, but crucially, almost at the last possible moment where you thought they could get back into it, Sunrisers, that little green circle right on the edge of the worm. Can they dip that green line back below the blue once more? 230 for 6. Kelly Castle. Go again. At the Hayes close end, I was just about to take you through the bowling figures. Kopak 1 for 21 from 5. Castle's clipped to mid-wicket and Tatani, single taken. Castle none for 48 from 8. That's had a catch put down. Scrivens 1 for 25 from 10 bowled out. Stunning from her again. Run the first hard, won't get back for the second, even with a slight misfield out there. Maqsood 1 for 52 from 7. Castle now in the 9th, as we said. Garden none for 40 from 4. It was the last one though that got clattered after a good start, and Tatani none for 16 from 2. Kopak's the one though, Kopak and Villiers. This is punch to extra cover. Dot ball again. Luff remains on 87. Oh, it's through. Great shot. Luff's into the 90s. It's below 20 to win. 19 to win now for Storm. Field up on the offsides. She bisects points. Through. Great backward shot. Points, cover point and backward point. Into the 90s. Castle hanging her head backwards in frustration. 19 to win from 26. Got to find wickets here, Sunrisers. Could they find one through a run out? No, Tatani coming hard at it. Was looking to slide, get that ball and flick it towards the stumps, I'm sure, but just managed to kick it away towards Griffith coming around from extra cover. 18 from 25 needed. That countdown, well, what was it? It was somewhere around 130 off 100. When we first talked about it then, was the countdown on either side of the screen. Oh, that's through. Welcome dot ball to end the 46th. 24 deliveries left, 18 runs required, 4 wickets for Sunrisers. Maddie Villiers to bowl her last over from the river end. Comparison, 219 for 5, 237 for 6. Can they get rid of Luff? Can Luff get that century? If she does, surely Storm are home. Villiers remains around the wicket. It's nicely played by Luff. Single moves her to 93. Can they win it around Luff? Holland 2 from 4. Try and put the pressure on. Upish. But safe to backward point. Single more. Holland 3 from 5. 16 needed from 22. Yes, the call. Maqsood comes in from a very straight mid-wicket to field. Plenty of support and chat around the field. Oh, that was nearly lifted to Maqsood, very nearly. Another dot ball. One's come of the over. Just 3 off it so far. It's Villiers' last over though. Can she finish? Well, just get out of the over, but can she finish with a wicket? Up in the air, but over the covers. Does it plug? Griffith gives chase. They've taken 2. 13 to win. 3 overs remain. 242 for 6. Excellent day for Villiers. Good cameo with the bat, with the ball. 2 for 33 from her 10. Outstanding performance from Maddie Villiers. There's nothing more she'll be able to do unless a catch comes her way to affect this one. 18 deliveries left. What can Castle come up with? Tatani. Big chat for the skipper as well. It's going to be Luff on strike on 94. Long off, long on. Deep cover, deep mid-wicket back. So there's no third. Oh, no deep third, no fine leg either. Push back, dot ball first up. Good from Castle. He's got to keep it on the stumps here. With no deep third, no fine leg. Those two generally protecting the good ball, but they don't have that luxury at the moment. Sunrisers. Third up inside the circle, so 2 fine leg. Another dot ball. 13 to win from 16. A wicket now, and the wicket of Luff would throw everything. Can Sunrisers somehow find a way past Luff, find a way to that first win? Driven straight to Griffith, single taken. Griffith holds the ball. 243 for 6. 12 to win from 15. Holland on to strike. Oh yes! Oh yes, that was what they needed. Holland's gone for 5. Tatani holds on. Castle with the wicket. 243 for 7. This game's not done. 12 to win from 14. And what relief for Sunrisers. Oh, they've got a chance. Oh yes, that was what they needed. Holland's gone into the onside, but the leading edge. And Tatani holds on. Castle with the wicket. I mentioned a gun fielder in there at mid-wicket earlier in the innings. She was never dropping that one. 3 wickets, 12 runs, 14 deliveries left. But Luff on 95. Off strike still for 2 more deliveries.
Incoming batter, Sophia Smale.
Sophia Smale is on the way in. There goes that worm. 2 green dots now, which could just at the last sneak that green line down back below the blue where it had been for so long. Look at the Manhattan. That huge spike and upturn in the last few overs. It's just trickling back down again now. What kind of finish are we in for here at Chelmsford? Well, either way, it's going to be an interesting one. I'm not quite sure right now who you back. Luff's still there though. As long as Luff's there, and maybe it's Storm's game to lose. 95 she has. 12 from 14. Smale awaits. Here's Castle. Drop short, dot ball to extra cover, gets away with it. Two to come of the over, just a wicket and 1 run off it so far. Twelve runs, 13 deliveries. This ball short, pushed back to mid-on, there's no run. End of the over, what an over, just 1 off it and a wicket. 243 for 7, 12 runs from 12 balls with 3 wickets left. And Castle, well done her, back to self, kept herself on, delivered for her team. Is it Kopak from the river end? A long chat between Kopak and Castle. Villiers in there as well, having that chat now as well. There's the bowling figures. Those economies, 2.5 Scrivens, 3.3 Villiers. Kopak 4.2. Castle down at 5.6. Sood was going at 7s. Did pick up a wicket though. Gardner with a mix-up of pace, but it was the last one that was expensive. Tani likewise was held back because pace has gone today. It's pace off that's worked. Kopak at the top though with her medium pacers. What can she manage here at the last? Still just working out that field. There's a deep cover back. They're going to keep this straight because of the short boundary to the offside for the right-hander. So long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square. Nobody backward a square on the leg side. And Kopac's got to keep this pretty straight. Cover's set back. That's the big difference from earlier, whether it was that tight offside field and cover up. That was in the power play. Fall back at the moment though, but nobody backward a square on the leg side. Oh yes, no, a mix up, but they're safe. Back they come. Dot ball to start. Luff on 95. 12 to win from 11. We could have a tie. Kopak again. That's driven hard, straight to the mid-off fielder, single taken. Luff's on to 96. She can't really gamble that she can't really gamble that she's able to dominate the strike here and look for the boundaries. She'll have to take what runs are there, and then if it gets risky at the end, go for it. Do try and win it with an over to spare though. Long, long chat between Luff and Smale. Low full toss. Oh, it's through. Past mid-wicket. Mid-off. Mid-on is up. And it's 4 more. Much needed boundary. 248 for 7. Smale takes the pressure off Luff. Low full toss. That was the danger that
through.
all the pressure was going to heap
Past
onto Luff.
Mid-off. Mid-on is up. And it's 4 more.
Just over pitched. Kopak on that one. And this is run fine and past the shorts, third. 4 more. 252 for 7. Smale is on to 8. 250 up for Storm.
And past the shorts.
And it swings
third.
again.
4 more.
Three to win, 8 balls. Wickets needed desperately. Now, that's all that can do it. 3 wickets needed. Smale on strike, 8 from 4. What's Kopak got? Single down the ground, 2 to win. And Luff comes on to strike on 96. 7 balls left. Kopak can only really put this on the stumps and hope. Field coming up. They've all got to come up, haven't they? Deep mid-wicket staying back. Not sure that's the right call. It's outside off, it's cut away, and there's the win with a century for Luff. Incredible. Incredible from Luff. 100 from 142 deliveries, 10 fours and a 6. And an unbelievable innings for Storm. An unbelievable innings to win a match. And win the match with the final runs to bring up the century as well. That is a truly incredible, incredible innings. Storm are in deep trouble at 39 for 3. They looked a long way out of this for a huge period of this innings. George's innings, though, put the fire into it, accelerated hard for Storm to give them the chance. And well, we said all along, if Luff's there at the end, they're going to be there or thereabouts. And at the end, she hits the winning runs to move to 3 figures, fittingly so. But what a story. What a twist, what a turn through that innings. Sunrisers nearly coming back at them at the end. Very close. to pulling it back. But disappointment again for Sunrisers after what once more was a performance level that they'll look at and say that's there or thereabouts in itself. But not enough. Just short with the bat. Just short with the ball as well, allowing that recovery. So many periods of play throughout where you thought they've done it. They've surely got enough in front at this stage. But that innings by Luff was sensational. It really was. Nothing short of sensational from Luff. And Storm pick up the victory at the last here again at Chelmsford. More heartbreak for Sunrisers. You could see them all turn away and not believe that they'd lost that one. But that's been the story. Performances have been there. They've been competitive, but they found ways to lose games. How they found a way to lose this game, I guess they didn't have that kind of acceleration at the end that Storm came back at with them. There's the match summary. A 3-wicket win for Storm here at Chelmsford. Thinking for Sunrisers to do, but I guess the difficulty is how much thinking can you do when you've gone out and hit 254. You've reduced them for 39 for 3 to begin with. Overall with the ball, bowled pretty well. Just maybe a spinner short in that defence from Sunrisers. But Luff with 100 unbeaten. Look at that on the left-hand column. George 74, Morris 26, Gibson 10. And it's just heavily weighted, so heavily weighted to Luff and George at the top there. When you compare it to Griffith, Scrivens, Villiers and Gardner with that cameo at the end, which looked as though it had topped them up to where they needed to be. The bare minimum they'd wanted to be after that performance. 148 for their opening stand, Sunrisers. And you look at the comparison there in 39 for 3 with Griffiths, Wraith and Wilson gone. But Luff's century holding things together, coming in early in the chase. And they're right to the end to cut away 4-4 to bring up the winning runs. 125 that partnership between George and Luff, of which 74 were George from just 43 deliveries. That in itself was completely in the face of anything else we saw in the game today. Not taken away from Luff at all, but yeah, the bowling figures. Copac bowled well, went under 6s, which in a game where the seamers were taking tap, that's not too bad at all. Castle likewise 5.5, but Gardner mixing up the pace with a fair old mix-up. She was going so nicely until the last over, got hit out of the attack. Tatani just a couple of overs at the end when really it was a chance your arm. And well, there were chances put down as well by Sunrisers. I think they'll have to look back on that. There were chances. Of course, there were a couple put down in the Sunrisers innings as well, but they put down a few chances in that Storm innings, and they'll look back and say that they could have backed their bowlers more by holding the chances. It's proved costly, and it's a victory for Storm here at Chelmsford. Thanks so much for your company. Myself and Guy Swindles bringing you this game. Really appreciate it from all the team here at Chelmsford, bringing you coverage of this one on the live stream. It's thank you so much. All will be doing it again next Saturday. That's all eyes on those matches. But it's a very good night from Chelmsford, where Western Storm have picked up the victory by 3 wickets.